me now? Hello, hello. Is it working? Praying to all the gods that you guys can hear me finally. Oh my god, everything is covered in dust. Is anything working? It's working? Thank you very much. Skull Bazaar. Hello, hello. Okay. Now that some things are working, other things are not. But you know what? You just kind of roll with the punches. What more can you expect in life? Yeah? You know? In a world where bombs and missiles are flying through the skies like fireworks in Dubai, you just roll with the punches. Hello, guys. Thank you for being patient today to start off the stream. But also, thanks for being patient with me being gone for 2 freaking months. Actually, probably a bit longer. So bear with me some more. I want more. I want to milk that patience from you guys because I forgot how to live stream, and half the things that I was using to live stream, I think they're like, yeah, I gotta figure my shit out basically. My keyboard's about to die. Everything's just a fun nightmare. Firstly, thank you, Low Bass. Thank you for resubbing as well. That was mighty kind of you. I think I need to re-earn your guys' trust in me as a streamer since I've been gone for so long. Because I even promised to do some live streams while I was traveling, and clearly I did not hold my end of the bargain there. So thank you very much, guys. Thank you, everyone on the YouTube side, on Twitch, and Kick. So thank you, guys. It's fun to be back. Let me just catch up with everything. Thank you, DTK. Do to know. Hopefully you've been doing well. Hopefully you've been having fun making videos. I just have not been able to do anything. So I haven't been able to catch up on everyone's lives, how you guys are doing, but hopefully you're making some fun content. Same with you, Fedorevsky's in the chat. Howdy to Fed. I know you were traveling as well, and I think I just opened up YouTube on my other screen, and I see you just published a video from one of the national parks. So I figured maybe we can pop that open at some point on the stream. We got Katzenellenbogen in the stream. I believe that's that was a German word, right? Because I just came from the Deutschland, as you say. You said we war Deutschland. I spent less than 2 months, but I used it as a headquarters for 2 months, and I learned very little German. But I ate some amazing German food, if that counts. But hello. DTK and Fed says happy birthday. Thank you very much. Guys, I really don't celebrate my birthday, but I figured I forgot until later today when someone told me happy birthday, and I figured, okay, I didn't mean to start the stream today. I was supposed to stream yesterday, but hey, if it times up with my birthday, I might as well try to milk that and let people know. And at least you guys are here typing it in the chat, so thank you guys. DTK, thank you very much. I can hear the music, says Katzenellenbogen. The music is too loud? Oh, shoot. All right, let's figure this out. One thing at a time. Okay, I'm dropping the music significantly. Hopefully that's much better. Hopefully you guys were able to hear me up until that point. Low Bass, thank you. Hopefully you've been well as well. Man, so much to catch up on in 2 months. 2 months of traveling, so I apologize. I'm pretty bad with being fast with responding to chat, and it's only going to be worse today because I guess in the 2 months I've been gone, the Atom software that I've been using, maybe it's going through some software updates that I need to download, which I forgot to do. So I'm not able to see the little chat, the combined chat box inside of OBS, so I just have a Chrome browser open across each of YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So I'm trying to catch up that way. So bear with me. Low Bass says, either you want a shamrock shake or you're wondering where you put the rake. That doesn't make sense. Are leaves even a problem in Dubai? Yeah, we don't have trees. We don't have nature in Dubai. So there's a bit of a mismatch between your audio and your video. Uh-oh. Could you clarify if you don't mind? Skull Bazaar, hello Skull, says it's working. Music level's a bit loud. I think I fixed it, hopefully. Or hopefully it's a bit more balanced. It looks like a Godzilla movie. Our community's first Chrome extension has been submitted for CWS review. Oh, nice. You've been doing some good work, man. Kristen's in the chat. Kristen says Jubilee. Oh, wait, what? That's weird. I think Kristen... okay, talk about something weird on the YouTube side. I think you typed my name, Yobel, into the chat, and it's showing up as translated to Jubilee, which technically that is what my name means. So that was weird. Cats and Ellen says, so you're back in the Middle East and so is the war? Yeah, honestly, the day I got back was when the strike started happening again. Literally, on the day I returned, I think, I got the alerts on my phone because there were, whatever, drone strikes and missiles and stuff. So, that is a fun little part of life, I guess. Fed says it's just a regular park downtown with lots of birds in the new video. Awesome. All right, well, I'm excited to catch up with everything you guys have been doing. Kristen says, so good to see you live. Missed you. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. I thank you, everyone. It does feel good to be back, but I'm extremely rusty, and I don't even know if anything that I'm saying sounds good or if the volumes, if apparently there's a mismatch with the audio and the video. So just a lot of things that I need to tweak today, but I'm glad you guys are here. Quick pause. 2 months. What did I say? On my YouTube thumbnail, I put this there. 2 months, 3 countries, 25,000 photos, and 20 terabytes worth of videos. That's the culmination of the time I've been away since my last stream with you guys. So, as you can imagine, there's a lot of fun stuff to catch up on, a lot of crazy stuff as well. So yeah, today I have no plans besides just catching you guys up. I have one thing I can't talk about just yet because it hasn't been launched, but I've been very secretive with you guys about one of the projects that I was traveling for, and it turned out so good. I have so much fun stuff to tell you guys. I can share a little bit about one of the partners that I was working with, but I can't talk about the client yet, if that makes sense. We'll put it on pause for a second. Let me just quickly keep reading. Yeah, it's good to see DTK saying hi to Kristen, to Fed. Everyone's all here. It's so much fun. Thank you guys. I'm at work, says Kristen, but I may be able to keep you in my pocket and listen. That's a cool, wow, we're in the future. Thanks for putting me in your pocket. It translated for you. Yeah. Your name means Jubilee. Yeah, I think it's like an ancient Hebrew word. Yobel with the B. In ancient Hebrew, it's actually supposed to be Yovel with the V, which is, the literal translation is like a ram's horn. Because I guess back in the day, they would chop off the horn off of a bighorn sheep and then use that as an instrument, like a trumpet. And then there's like a biblical translation for that, but apparently Jubilee is something that's celebrated every 50 years or something like that, where, let's just go with 50 years. Every 50 years back in the day, in the ancient times, they would celebrate something called Jubilee, where all debt is forgiven. If you were a slave, you were freed. Like if you're an indentured servant or something like that, all of your debt is basically wiped away. So that was like supposed to be the celebration of Jubilee. And then I think they use that horn to start the celebration. I don't know. Something like that. I might have just made up all of that. Kristen says, we missed you and don't care if it's all perfect. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Fed says, Yobel sounds like Jubel, a bit, which is cheering in Norwegian. Oh man, when you said Norwegian, it just reminded me. I was so bummed. I was supposed to go to Norway. Or that was like definitely in the plans to do the dog sledding, and that didn't work out because life. But I do hope to go to Norway at some point soon to do that dog sledding filming. But yes. And Daytor, sorry I didn't see you. Daytor said, what, welcome back and happy birthday. Thank you very much, Daytor. Did I learn how to say thank you in German? Oh my god. I'm so bad at this. How do you say thank? Danke. I do know that. Danke schön. There you go. Danke schön, Daytor. I appreciate you being here. And you said welcome back and a lot of stuff. Yes. So, I think that's perfect. We are now caught up. Guys, it's good to be back. Thank you guys for celebrating with me on my birthday. I don't really celebrate birthdays. I tend to even just like literally, I'm not even making this up. I just forget it's my birthday. But yeah, so I'm not one for celebrating holidays or special things like this per se. I don't even celebrate my cat's birthdays, you know? Like, say what that means about me. But oh, by the way, guys, one quick update since I've been away. Something has changed with my cats. Look at this, guys. Hold on. Oh, I have to change the... It's a bit too bright. It's a bit bright over there, right? But guys, do you notice something different? What could it be? What's going on? Who is sitting here? I think it's a little bit better, right? I probably can increase it a bit. There we go. Okay, I think that's much better. Well, it is Nala. Nala, when I came back, one of the things I was most happy about, obviously, was seeing my cats. I'm not the type to get very homesick about those kinds of things, but it really did feel good to see my cats again, and I did miss them throughout. But yeah, I had these cat sitters that lived in the same building as me, and they would send me videos constantly. Every day, they would send videos of my cats. So it was really awesome that they did that. So they, basically just to say like, hey, look, your cats are doing fine, nothing's wrong. And yeah, I miss them. But one of the weirdest things that have happened since I've come back is that they've literally swapped positions, such that now Kimbap is hanging out over here, and Nala, oh, hey, sorry, buddy, good boy. So now Kimbap has shifted over to this side, and Nala is over on the other side. So who knows why, but this current state of affairs. There we go. So, and of course, I'm still in the hot seat here. All right, so my cats are doing fine. They are back on the stream. I'm doing well, and I technically got back about a week ago. The music is still pretty loud. Oh, dang it. Okay, let's figure this out. How much lower do I need to drop this? Okay, so hopefully this is much better. I've dropped the music down to 10%. Thank you, DTK. Thank you for letting me know. DTK says, so cute. Fed says probably means he has struck a deal with Amazon. Yeah. When it changed to another song, it got much louder. Okay. Well, hopefully this is much better, guys. Fingers crossed. But let's see. Katzenellenbogen says, I gave up on Nikon for this year. I bought an A9 Mark III in April. When the hell is the Z9 II coming out? I need pre-capture and less rolling shutter so bad. You know what? I'm gonna stick up to Nikon. I'm gonna stick up for Nikon just briefly, because my first project that I was on in the past 2 months, the crew that I was with, they were shooting with the Sony FX6 and a Sony FX3, but most of it was shot in the Sony FX6. And I was traveling with my humble ZR, and Nikon also loaned me a second one, so I had 2 ZRs throughout the trips. And they were very, very impressed. And I mean, I was impressed, but like, I'm coming from a lower position, right? I've never shot with an FX6 or these Komodos or all these other guys. But they were actually super impressed by the performance of the ZR. And in the final production, the final footage, which isn't public yet, but I did get to... Anyways, in the final one, they used a lot of my footage. And I'm so happy about that, obviously. I'm relieved. It would be really sad if they ended up, not liking the stuff that I shot. But yeah, so listen, I'm sticking up for the ZRs, Nikon in general. But yes, I agree with you. When is that Z9 II coming out? But they did announce the crazy 120 to 300 millimeter f2.8 lens, which I was just chatting with some clients I was traveling with, where it's like, yo, if Nikon comes up with the 300 millimeter lens with the built-in teleconverter, I might have to get that. And I'm even possibly considering, like, should I sell my 400 f2.8 in order to get this new lens? Because to have a 120 to 300 range at 2.8, that's fantastic. For I was just in Tanzania doing the Jeep Safari, the photography workshop. If I could have had that range, I would have taken it over a 400 any day. So Casanellan's, Casanellan, congrats on the new camera though. Listen, A9 Mark III, I've heard excellent things about all those guys. So hopefully you end up with some amazing captures with it. But I'm sticking to my Nikon. How much is that lens going to be? I have no idea. I've been so out of the loop. I'll catch up with the Nikon team probably next week. And let's see. I have so much to do in terms of, now that I'm back in Dubai, catching up with Nikon, seeing if there's different types of opportunities I should be focused on. Yeah, there's a lot I need to do. So, but I think I need to figure out how can I get my hands on that lens. A 120 to 300 would be ideal for all of the trips that I was just on, and then some. Like for the gorilla treks, the chimpanzee treks, I was shooting for the chimp treks. For one of them, I had the 400mm lens strapped to my harness from the front, which is like super heavy, and it's a big ass camera, right? So, you know, I got some excellent captures from it, but 400 is just a little too long for certain moments, especially for gorillas or bigger subjects. You can imagine there would be times where it gets too close and it's unusable. And then 2, it's just the bigger, heavier, bulkier lens combo. So if I actually didn't look into it too much, right? But if the 120 to 300, I'm assuming is going to be a smaller size and lighter, that range of 120 to 300 is perfect for chimpanzees, for gorillas. It's perfect for jeep safaris, perfect for the boat stuff. My God, I really want this lens, so we'll see. Lobe says, I don't know if I've spoken to you since upgrading my cameras, but I'm dual wielding R5 Mark IIs now. I also bought the RF 24 to 105 f2.8. Wow, 24 to 105. That's a decent range to shoot with. Congrats to you, LBG. Man, so much has happened. What's been going on, guys? 2 months, right? Well, okay, maybe I should start on my end, since I guess I am streaming. So, what has been going on? Where do I start? So much to go over. Maybe I'll start by sharing my screen. Let's see, how do I do this? Have I really been gone that long that I don't know how to do these things? Okay, there we go. Hopefully you guys can see this without any issues. But yeah, I just wanted to... I just honestly, I don't have any plans today besides my assumption was there's going to be a lot of technical issues that I need to deal with. So I didn't want to necessarily plan too much in terms of like, here's what we're going to cover. But I did want to, at the very least, walk through with you guys just in general, the different trips I was on. So I started off going from Dubai to Germany. So I flew into Munich, and that became my headquarters for the past 2 months. So in between my travels, that was essentially where I would be headquartered. I was staying with a friend of mine, the same friend that was actually staying with me for about a month and a half or so in my apartment. So talk about small world and just like funny how things work out that way. But at the height of the war, as things were getting crazier in Dubai, I had to make that decision, right? Where it's like, okay, do I stay in Dubai and hope that the airports stay open such that when I have my 3 upcoming trips, I won't get in a situation where the flight is canceled and I can't go on this project and, blah, blah, blah. So I was trying to figure out where the heck would I stay for the foreseeable future. And there's a few options I was considering, but thankfully, my friend that stayed with me had just moved to Germany and was settling down there. And when I reached out to my friend, she was like, absolutely. Because, it was almost like returning the favor. And so since we knew that we could live with each other and not hate each other already, it just kind of worked out nicely. So, huge thanks to her for being so accommodating. And so I stayed in Germany. Then the first trip I went on was to Uganda. Actually, how should I do this? Maybe I'll give like an overarching timeline, and then I want to kind of deep dive with you guys and show you some of the footage that I've been capturing throughout start to finish almost. LBG says, I don't know if it's really good for concerts. Gotcha. Yeah, 2.8 is always good for low light, and 24 to 105 is like excellent for that for sure. Katsanella Boggin asks, do you use any filters for video? If so, which one? Oh man, I'm so glad you asked me that. Well, if I understood you correctly when you're talking about filters, I do use ND filters on the front of my lens. So, for example, right now I'm using, and majority of my projects over the past 2 months, I was testing out the Freewell color polarizer / variable ND filter that's 3 to 7 stops. And it's this magnetic one. You know what? Let me just take it off so you can see it real quick. So it's going to be super bright on the screen, but yeah, it's this guy here. And so basically I've been testing this guy majority of the past 3 trips, just to see what's the quality, how does it hold up against the other ND filter that I normally use, which is from Polar Pro. It's the Polar Pro variable ND filters. And I've got to say, without doing like any kind of scientific breakdown, right? Like, I'm not the type of, I'm not that type of content creator. I'm just not very technical, if you will. So I wouldn't be the one to tell you these things. But I will say that the quality of this is indistinguishable from the Polar Pros, which I'm a huge fan of the Polar Pros. And I felt that, honestly, this guy is at the very least just as good, if not better. Because one thing I liked about this one is this is a 3 to 7 stops, whereas the ones that I have from Polar Pro are 2 to 5. And I found that 3 to 7 was a better range for me to work with. Katzenellen Boggin asked, has it fallen off yet? That's the other thing. It has not fallen off. And I've actually come to prefer this style of this magnetic filter versus the Polar Pro. Polar Pro, it's a better locking system because you have to line up the variable ND filter to the, what do you call it, like the adapter ring. And once you line it up, then it locks in place and then you twist to lock it in place, which is great in theory. But one thing, especially in that I've been able to compare both of them. I've been shooting with both, right? When I'm on guerrilla treks, whatever shooting environments. One thing I find annoying about that is when you're in the moment and you need to quickly swap from one camera to the other or whatever the situation is, it's kind of annoying when I'm trying to put the magnetic lid back onto the ND filter where you have to line it up and then twist it. So you can waste time just trying to match, like line that stupid thing up so that you know that the lens cap won't fall off, right? The magnetic cap. Whereas with this guy, oh yeah, here it is. Hold on, I can grab it. Here we go. This is what I was talking about. Here, let me put this back on though. And it's so easy. Look at that, just like that. You know? So if I want to take this off, I take it off, and then I can just boop, slap it on, and then there's a little screw that I can twist to make sure it's locked into place so it won't just like randomly fall off. But what I like is this the lens cap here. So this guy. So all I have to do, it's just a proper just magnetic one, right? So imagine this is the thing, you just slap it on and it's good to go, right? Anyways, I don't know if any of that made sense, but the point is I do really like it. I'm going to make a review video on that Freewell because they gave it to me, right? So, you know, shout out to Freewell. Basically, they gave me this and asked me to test it out and just make a review video. No, whatever, what do you call it? No expectations besides just test it out. And I personally, without going into the technical details, have found it really, really easy to use, and the quality's been fantastic. I haven't had issues with it falling off or like the adapter ring being stuck or I don't know. Oh, one thing I did notice, not with the Freewell, but with the Polar Pros, is that when I was in Uganda, I think it was during like a guerrilla trek or something where, you know, I'm in rainy season, it's raining all the time, it gets humid. The Polar Pro at one point started to fog up on the inside of the freaking filter. Like you can't wipe it off because it's literally on the backside of the filter. And it was so frustrating because now obviously you're getting these little water droplets fogging up the inside and you can't wipe that shit off. Whereas with the Freewell, same conditions, same environment, like they're both out there, I'm shooting with both. The Freewell didn't have that issue at all. So, I don't know, that was one little comparison. I was like, okay, that was nice. Low Base says, does anything make sense these days? No, it does not. We don't live in a sensible world. Okay, so anyways, thank you for asking though, Katzenellen Boggin. I do have a link to it, don't I? They gave me a, oh shoot. Yeah, if you need a filter, let me know. Because I think they gave me a link. They did give me a link to it. Okay. I'm so bad at promoting my... Oh, wait. I can promote myself this way. Because I think I have it as... it's on my website. Does this work? Man, am I rusty or what? If you go to my website, yobelprize.com/... my gear, I'm going to type it in the chat here. I'll put it in both. If you go to that, it should take you to all of the product page. Like, it takes you to a product page, and I'm pretty sure I had updated it recently with the Freewell ND filter. So they had provided a link there. If you decide to purchase it, obviously, if you use that link, I will love you forever, because I think, you know, it gets tracked in their metrics, and if you buy it, obviously, it lets them know that I'm someone that they should work with in the future. So yeah, I don't know if it comes with a discount. I think they mentioned at some point, maybe, I don't know. But feel free to use that link, check out the products I have, and if you want to purchase, let me know, and have fun. Okay, but yes, it's the Freewell variable ND filter with the color polarizer built in, and it's 3 to 7 stops of light, and yeah. Speaking of that, let's go through some of the footage then, yeah? All right, so what have I been up to? So first, I flew in to Germany. So here we are. This is some of the footage I'm just looking through here that I have. I filmed so much, okay? From the start to finish, I filmed like 25, what did I say? Yeah, like 20 terabytes worth of footage, and then 25,000 total photos. Not all of those photos were mine, but I'll explain that later. So basically, I figured I just want to film everything and make sure I don't miss anything. One of the things that I did while I was in Munich is, because I flew in, I think around the 13th of, oh no, I guess I flew in a bit earlier. The 10th of March is when I flew out of Dubai. And when I landed in Munich, I had until the 18th, I think. I think the 18th or 19th is when I was supposed to fly out to Uganda for my first project, the film project. So before that, I wanted to make sure I am not rusty with my camera equipment and stuff like that. So I figured every day while I'm in Munich, I'm going to wake up early. I'm going to go on those freaking electric scooters that are everywhere in Germany. And I'm just going to go to random places and try to shoot with a different lens every single day. So like I was shooting, my goal was to shoot 5 photos and 5 videos every day with the different lens that I've assigned for myself that day. So like day 1, maybe I was shooting with an 85 1.2 lens. Then day 2, I was going back out and shooting with like a 35 1.2 lens. Day 3, maybe I'm going with like a 14 millimeter lens. So yeah, it was just like a fun little challenge for me. I'm going to turn it into a YouTube video so you guys can see. But these are some of the footage that I captured every day, just random stuff, right? Because I was also trying to challenge myself, because I've been so used to doing wildlife related things. So it was kind of fun to switch gears and try to film inside of a urban environment, you know, city, inside of a city. What do you find that's interesting? So I'll share that in a second. Katzenellen Boggin says, I need magnetic filters. I still have a filter stuck on my Z 85 1.8 lens. I'm afraid to even take it out. Man, I have been there, okay? Katzenellen Boggin, I have been there. I really hate those screw-on filters that you leave on there. Because yeah, if you just screw it on a little too tight, or if you didn't do it properly, it gets so stuck, and you have to buy one of those things that you know, wrap around it and try to twist. Super annoying. So I know how you feel. That's why I prefer these magnetic systems, because yeah, it's like you put on the adapter, but you don't have to like you screw on the adapter one time, and for the most part you don't have to worry about it again. So you don't have to keep putting yourself in a position where you end up over tightening it, and then it's just magnetically snapping on those NDs. Lobe says, I'm thinking I'm going to get my R6 Mark II converted to infrared. Wait, Lobe, you're someone else. When I was in Tanzania for the workshop, one of my guides was explaining how one of his guests, one of the photographer clients that he's had, would exclusively shoot infrared photography, which sounded very, very fascinating, and something I'm just not really accustomed to ever hearing. Infrared photography. Oh, what? What did I just click? Infrared captures light beyond the visible spectrum, creating surreal, dreamlike images. It is most famous for the wood effect, where green foliage appears bright white, while blue skies and water turns dramatic black. Interesting. So it's ideal for landscapes, yeah? This sounds very fascinating, and I can almost see this becomes one of those, like, once you go into that, you'll probably get obsessed with wanting to shoot in infrared all the time. LB Lobe says, infrared is freaking awesome, especially if you're doing portraits or landscapes. It can look good on reptiles. Oh, yeah, I can see that. Reptiles and bugs, depending on the subject. I also shoot with an infrared converted flash. Invisible or nearly invisible to the naked eye, but looks amazing in the photo. Interesting. I'd be curious how that combo turns out in these like wildlife safaris. But yeah, that is actually very, very fascinating. Skull Bazaar, by the way, sorry, Skull, you said muted here too over on the Kick side. Thank you. I just dragged over my Kick chat so I can see you there as well. So, yeah. Thank you to the 2 people watching on Kick. All right. Listen, I'm back in the grind. I'm not traveling for the next month or so. So my goal is I'm trying to get back into, like, we're going to be streaming. We're going to be grinding. I'm going to be going through all the footage and photos with you guys. And also just catching you up on fun stuff. So I also got some really cool updates, guys, on testing out that live stream concept for like wildlife safaris. Ah, man, so much to cover. Where do I start? I should probably start from the beginning. Yeah. LBG says it looks really good for portraits because skin is infrared reflectant, but tattoo ink is infrared absorbent. So when you take a picture of a person with tattoos, the tattoos look holographic. Yo. Well, if you need a subject, all right, I'm covered. All right, head to toe almost. Look up infrared portraits with tattoos. All right, let me do that now. Infrared. What'd you say? Infrared portraits. Tattoos. Okay, so it's like this kind of stuff? Interesting. Infrared. So it's just like a better way than shooting normally. Because I'm assuming what you're saying is that if you shoot in infrared, you'll get a better result than if you were to shoot with a normal camera and switch to black and white. Or because it's infrared, you're saying this is technically doing like the inverse, or like it's swapping out some of the things? I have no idea. I don't know what I'm talking about, but yeah, okay. Interesting stuff though. Oh yeah, we got Fed's video here. Should we check it out? Well, okay, no, I want to check out Fed's video, but I also need to first catch you guys up on everything that happened. All right, so maybe what I'll do, let's just start with the rundown of what exactly has happened, the sequence of events. So I've been kind of hinting at this project, the first project that I did in the 2 months that I was gone. I can speak to a little bit now of who I worked with. I can't speak on the client yet. So let me give you that update. Katzenellenbogen says, well, I checked out the filters and I think really hard weather, I need them on, or I need new cards. Cheers. New cards. Oh, hard. sorry. I read, okay. You meant weather as in weather. Okay. Let me read that again. I check out the filters and think really hard whether I need them or do I need new cards. So you have to make a choice between new cards or new filters. Gotcha. Okay. Well, listen, if you need new cards as well, I have links in my page to the CF Express cards that I use. So listen, I'll keep plugging myself. Okay, so what happened? Maybe I'm just going to make up an arbitrary number. Let's say 4 months ago. We'll just go with 4 months ago. 4 months ago, someone emailed me saying, hey, I saw your YouTube video of your travel vlog to Uganda, and I was very interested to see if I could, speak with you. I work for CNN Create, and I'm working on a project and would be great to sync up with you and see if, just basically just saying, can I learn more about your trip to Uganda, the footage you captured, et cetera, and he was mentioning that he works for CNN. It's called CNN Create, okay? So when I saw that email, initially I was just like, okay, I'm like 75. I'll go with 75 to 80%, assuming this is a typical scam, like a spam email or something like that. But there were certain things that made me think this might be real as I looked at it. Like the email came from like a proper, email address from like a company, the corporate, whatever. And he gave his name, and it was all, there's just like a few things where I was like, okay, this guy might actually not be AI or like some fake whatever, Nigerian prince situation. So then we scheduled a video chat. Turns out, real person, real director. He's like a director of photography, and he does a bunch of other things, right? But he's like, you know, he is a really experienced film director. I just don't know all the right words to describe him, but you know, now he is working on a project for CNN, and he was seeing if we could work together. And so I was very excited, and it was for a trip to Uganda. And so I can't speak yet on the clients or that kind of information just yet, but the point was he wanted to see about, like, you know, at the very least, can we license some of your footage from your trip to Uganda? Especially since I was going back there soon and blah, blah, blah. But also just like, can you know, would you be interested in joining our trip to Uganda? You know, it's like a very quick trip, you know, it's like, but it's a few days where they've got a really intense schedule where they're filming this whole thing. And would you want to go as like a B camera operator? So this is the first for me in so many different ways, but yeah, it turned out really fantastic. But it's also why I was so nervous about staying in Dubai. Like, this is why I was like, I need to leave early so I don't end up, can you imagine like a company like CNN wants to work with you and everything, the stars are aligning, things are going to be great. And then what happens? Freaking unpredictable missiles and drones, you know, in the skies, raining down on you in Dubai. So of all the things that could, you know, get in my way in terms of like success or, you know, my journey forward, that was one of those like, holy Christ, what do I do? So that's why I ended up saying, like, you know what? I don't want to risk it. I don't want to end up in the alternate universe path where I choose to stay in Dubai, and then the day before when I'm supposed to fly out to Uganda to do the project, there's some missile strikes and my flight gets canceled. I can't join up with them, and boom, I've missed my opportunity. So that's why I went to Germany like about a week or so in advance, just to make sure I didn't miss this opportunity. So anyways, that was the first project. It was like, hey, we're going to go to Uganda. It's going to be for a few days. You'll go as a secondary camera operator. And yeah, I basically got to tag along with the crew, film throughout each day. It was like really intense schedule. Like just start like, you know, this is like typical for my trips, but it's like you feel like you're getting like 4 to 6 hours of sleep every night. But it was so rewarding. I learned a lot just from observing these guys. I mentioned like, it was like a decent group of people that were there, and they're all so experienced. They're all well versed in the industry, you know, like in the film industry, film project. I don't know, like all this terminology I just don't even really understand. And but yeah, they're shooting with like the Sony FX6, Sony FX3s. They've got like there's a, what do you call the person who does like the sound? A boom. They have a boom operator. Okay, so there's someone on the team that's literally their goal, their job is all the audio, sound, everything, right, with the boom, mic boom operating stuff. And then they had like this crazy ass gimbal, like a dolly. I don't know what you call it, but they had their Sony FX6, and then they had that big squarish rig, and then it's like balanced in the center of it, and you walk with that. Then they had the thing you see in, you know, behind the scenes of Hollywood, where it's like the backpack with the arching thing on top, and you got the string, and it, you know, you basically have your camera attached to this pole that's dangling in, you know, above you, like a fishing line almost. So they were using that. It was just like all kinds of crazy rigs, and I definitely was learning. I was just trying to absorb as much knowledge throughout. Yo, what's happening? We got El Thing in the chat. El says, welcome back, Yo Bell. I'm currently on a break driving to my cousin's wedding. Good to see you back and enjoy stream. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Enjoy your cousin's wedding. And, well, thanks for popping in too. El says, also, did you see yesterday's Nikon announcement? I did see that. I was briefly mentioning it a few minutes ago, but holy crap. That 120 to 300 with a built-in teleconverter, that is literally, that's almost like a dream lens for me in terms of what I shoot. I wouldn't want anything else. Oh, By the way, I see you told me to hydrate, and I gotta make sure to. I don't know why notifications don't work for some of these things. I gotta fix it. Elle says it looks bonkers. Yeah, I mean, my God. Every Nikon glass that I've ever used has always been the best quality. I've never had any complaints about the quality of my lenses from Nikon. So I can only imagine this new one, 120 to 300, built-in teleconverter, come on. At f2.8, the only thing I wish was that it was an f2. If you could give me an f2 120 to 300 built-in converter, that one, it's like I would sell my soul, I think, for something like that. Because then for my Gorilla Treks, the Chimp Treks, to have that, extra bit of light, that would just be ideal. With the ideal range. 120, 300, perfect for the Gorillas and Chimps. So keep dreaming, buddy. Yeah, listen, Elle says I have a 120 300 2.8 and an external 1.4 and love the combo. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think that range is perfect already. And so to have an internal, to have a built-in 1.4, I mean, come on. Elle says back to driving. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here, Elle. I'm committed to being back on the streams. Today's a Friday. I might still end up just streaming tomorrow and the day after and just going as long as I can. It just depends. I'm trying to take the weekends off to catch up on other stuff, but we'll see. I started on Friday, so maybe I should just keep going. All right. So anyways, with all of that said, just to quickly update. So the CNN project was the first one on my 2 months itinerary. So from Munich, I went to Uganda. I think I spent about 5 or 6 days, I don't know, give or take around 5 days to do this project. So I got to be a part of their crew. And so I'm really grateful to all of them. They were so awesome, by the way. Every single person on that trip, every one of those CNN members, they're just a fun group. Like, chill people, just awesome personalities, and very talented and gifted. So it was really cool to just be in their presence and feel like I could be one of them, sharing my knowledge when I could, or because none of them had seen the Nikon ZR. All of them shoot Sony FX, whatever, right? The Sony FX6 and all that. So it was actually kind of fun for me to show up there with my ZR camera, being like, "Hey guys, here's little old me." But the ZR really, in my opinion, I feel strongly more and more, it really punched above its weight. And I think they were all pretty impressed that this small camera, without any of the additional rigging, just me hand holding this guy, was able to get some decent captures, right? So, and I think the video will reflect some of those moments. It's a quick video. It's not like some crazy long thing, but I was really happy that some of those footage made it into the final cut. But so good news is I think I will be working with them more in the future, because now, now that they've worked with me, the hope is that as there are future film projects, they will think of me for those projects, if it makes sense, budget, blah blah blah, locations and all that. So, but that was one of those cool things that started off this past 2 months. It's one of those that I've been very cryptic, leading up to that trip. I was kind of cryptic with you guys in terms of what's happening, but I was kind of hinting that there was like a really cool, I was going to work with a really cool company, and it was definitely leveling up my resume, if you will, but also just my knowledge and experience in this space. So that was my first trip. Uganda, did a bit of wildlife stuff and just a bit of everything. Then I came back to Germany, spent a few days in between, bought a bunch of gear. So I've now upgraded some other stuff. Now I'm at a point where I do feel like I should be able to do some proper giveaways for you guys, because I ended up getting the DJI Osmo Nano. I got the DJI Osmo 360 and the DJI Action 6. So yeah, I've spent too much money, unfortunately, but I figured it would be somewhat necessary for the types of trips that I'm doing, and it turned out really awesome, by the way, guys. I basically was like a walking robot on my jungle treks, because I had that cotton carrier, and on the cotton carrier I had cameras in every direction. So I have some footage I can share with you guys. So, Germany to Uganda, Uganda back to Germany, about like 5 days or so in between. I prepped, and then from there, I traveled back to Uganda for one of my photo tours. So I had two people join me, two photographers join me on 9 days trip throughout Uganda. So throughout that time, we did a couple shoebill stork excursions in the swamp. We went into the chimp territory, did a couple chimpanzee treks. Then we went into gorilla territory to do a couple gorilla treks. I ended up having to cancel the second gorilla trek because I got injured. I shared it on my Instagram stories. I'll share it with you guys, obviously, but I did have an incident where this bug, it was like really, it was a little bit nerve-wracking because it looked like I might have gotten bit by something parasitic. Like it looked like I was maybe the next patient zero for the next like coronavirus, whatever. It looked nasty. Basically, the entire back of my neck looked like it was something was happening. So I'll share that story in a second. So unfortunately, I couldn't join the rest of that trip, but they were happy. They loved it, and they want to join me again in November. I'm supposed to do another trip to Uganda in November, and so they were asking if I could expand the itinerary to hit up a few other national parks, and it sounds like they might be interested in joining me there. So that was good. I'm happy. I was thrilled that they had a good experience. So that was about 9 days in Uganda. And then literally straight from Uganda, I flew to Tanzania. So there's a company I worked with last year. They're called Asilia Africa. Should I just... Yeah, let's pop it open. Well, first thing... Yo, I just heard some alert pop off. But where is it? Oh, okay. Dazio, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Sorry, this is my first stream back after 2 months of traveling, and some of my notification stuff has all broken, so it's taking me a bit to figure out where notifications are popping in. But thank you, DZ. I don't know how to pronounce it. DZ Shinsky, I can say that part. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate it. You said, I thought you left streaming. Also, happy birthday. Okay, so you've seen me before. I appreciate that. I didn't leave streaming. Streaming left me. No. I basically was traveling for the past 2 months. So I went to 3 different countries. I went between Munich, Germany, to Uganda a couple times, as well as Tanzania. So it's been a little bit all over the place for me travel-wise. So as part of that, it was it was almost impossible for me to stream while I was away. So yes, I'm back to streaming. I'm back in Dubai, and so I'll be streaming almost every day for the foreseeable future. And then I'm gonna be testing doing the IRL streaming, most likely in June, if I can, if I can get my act together, if I can prepare everything in time. My goal is to test out doing the live stream from wildlife safaris. So I'll bring you guys with me when I'm on a Jeep, being chased by elephants and whatever else happens. So, but thank you very much. I haven't seen your name pop up before, but I'm happy that you have been following me, or at least know that I was streaming before. So thank you very much, and thank you for the happy birthday. Yes, 1 year older. What can you do except die? Haha. 1 second, let me close this thing here. There we go. Okay. So I mentioned CNN Create was the first partner that I worked with in this 2 months. I figured while we're talking, because I actually haven't gone to the website. I'm curious what they show. So this is CNN Create. It is the International Global Brand Studio. CNN International's Global Brand Studio are master writers, designers, and filmmakers. And so, yeah, like I said, I got to just kind of be in their shadow for this recent trip and see what it's like to be professional filmmakers on a travel film project. So I'm very, very grateful. I'm very humbled that they included me on this assignment. But yeah, so hopefully you guys will be able to see it. The moment I have access to it's like a very, very short film that they had made. The moment I have access to it, obviously I'll share it with you guys. and we'll see if I can, be a part of their future projects throughout this year. Fingers crossed. So CNN Crate was that first one, and then Asilia, Africa. So this is my last trip that I was on. I worked with these guys last year. So there was an opportunity with Nikon and Asilia last year where they asked if I would be willing to be the lead photographer, or basically if I would want to be a photographer for, I think it was about, 5-6 days, something like that. And the goal was that I would be training their top guides, safari guides, on the fundamentals of photography, specifically wildlife photography and the Jeeps and all that. So obviously I said yes. I did that last year, basically a year from now, a year ago. They thought it was valuable. They enjoyed my training, which I'm happy about. And so they asked if I'd be willing to come back and do it this year. So that's what I did. This time they expanded it to about 10 days, and they also split it into 2 groups. So I was training a lot of the same people from last year, about 8 of them, where I was doing like more of an advanced course with these guys when it comes to wildlife photography, going out into the field, understanding different techniques, the different positions, and just like what you look for creatively speaking as a wildlife photographer. And the whole purpose of this is that it's so that these guides who may not necessarily on the day-to-day have the ability to access these cameras, right? These cameras are expensive. It's hard to understand what it is to be in the shoes of the photographer. So the goal was like give these guides access to the best gear and be the photographers for these 5 days training, and be in the shoes of their clients. What it's like to be a wildlife photographer. What is it that you're looking for in terms of shots? What would be things that you absolutely hate if it happens to you as a photographer? So like just to be a better driver, better guide, be better at understanding the needs of these photographers. So that was the whole point, is if I can train them on photography, they'll just understand the language of photographers so that they can be better at guiding them. And Asilia Africa, they're like a top-notch, like luxury. I say luxury, but their lodges and everything is luxury based, right? It's like a high end, but they're very much, I think this company, they spend the most time training up all of their staff. Everything from like whether you're working in the kitchen, if you're a waiter, whatever your role is, if you work in any of these lodges, they invest so much time and energy to train everyone, which I think is really great, right? Because it shows that they actually care about, building up the skill sets, the experience, the knowledge, the expertise of anyone that works for them. And so the guides are no different. They spend, I think, like several months doing all kinds of courses and trainings. And this photography training workshop was one of those that was part of the training. And I just happened to be the photographer that was teaching them. So yeah, I got to spend about 10 days with them. Really, really excellent. I'm going to go through in more detail in the coming days. But as part of that, they also agreed to let me test out the live streaming pilot. So most likely, ideally, I should be trying to aim for next month, like end of June, to do it. Yo, speaking of which, we got Swiss Army Cinema in the chat. Swiss Army says, good to have you, bro. Hope you capture some magic over there. Thank you. I did. I captured decent stuff. Not like the most epic things, because I went, well, at least in Tanzania, it wasn't, I went to one of their camps where it's like the rainy season, it's low season. So because basically what happens is when the tourist attraction dies down, like in the low season, when it becomes a bit empty, they were using that time to train up all the staff and the guides and do renovations on all the lodges. So we went to one of the parks when it's at its like lowest season, when it's super rainy. A lot of the wildlife kind of moves out of the park to other locations. So it's not like you're bound to get the best sightings, or like the chances are much more challenging. But yeah, anyways, I'm rambling. Swiss, it's good to hear from you. How does it feel to be back in your home studio again? It feels fantastic. It feels great. I was saying that I usually don't get homesick, but it was really nice to see my cats again. So one thing I was mentioning, one random change, is that my cats have swapped. So now Kimbap decided to chill over in this bed, and then Nala is over where Kimbap was. So, You can't really predict these things. But look at this cutie. I do need to adjust my lenses again. My god, it took me so much time just to try to fix everything and be back into like streamer mode. So I appreciate everyone's patience when I'm dealing with all these technical issues. But yeah, Swiss Army, how are you doing? I know you were traveling for quite a bit. I know you went through some of those events that had happened, right? But yeah, so Swiss, I was just giving the update about the live streaming test. So hopefully, Swiss, you might be able to join me. That would be fantastic because I do need the help. Also, I need the freaking Starlink. I realize, oh my god, so much has happened. Starlink is now available in the UAE. But unfortunately, I'm not able to freaking buy it because I should have. I was such an idiot. I should have just bought it when I was in Germany, but I didn't because my assumption was like, oh, okay, it's now available in Dubai. I should be able to just buy it when I'm here. But I think there's a wait list, number one. And then number two, I think the version I wanted, it still doesn't show up as allowing me to purchase it. Let me see. Roam with Starlink. Maybe I should just call them. I think I would need this Roam Unlimited plan. God, that's so expensive. Wait, is this the one you have, Swiss? The Roam Unlimited? I'm assuming it's not the residential. So it must be Roam Unlimited. Best for RVs, nomads, and campers, and workers on the go. Oh my god, just let me choose. Swiss says, doing well, some crazy projects to come. We'll have to update you off stream about that. Looking forward to the Kenya project with you. I got many ideas to share from all the gear at NAB. Oh, that's where you're at. The NAB. Okay, give me a second, guys, because I need to blow my nose. I think my allergies are kicking back up. 1 second. Swiss says, I use Roam Unlimited for Uganda. I paused my service between months of no use. Gotcha. $5 a month to pause the service. That's not bad at all. So let's see. If I ordered... The problem is, see, UAE is not on this freaking list. What the heck? So even though they said it's live, maybe this Roam product is not live. Maybe it's only like the residential one. So my dumbass could have just bought it in Germany while I was there. But instead, here we are, and I don't have it. So, yeah, I'm not really sure what to do. Most likely what I would need to do is just buy it and have it sent over to Kenya, and then just have Asilia, just have it sent to Asilia's lodge, essentially. So that's probably what I'll do. But unfortunately, that means I don't have time to test it here. Because my hope was like, oh, shoot, it's in Dubai. So now I can purchase the Starlink, go in my buddy's Jeep, and go out into the desert, and we'll actually test it out before I do this trip. But, listen, some things, what can you do? But, okay, I'm getting a bit distracted here. What was I going to talk about? So, yeah, so Swiss, I was mentioning, so I worked with CNN recently. That was that first project in Uganda. The film should go live. It's like a short film. It's like literally like a quick little thing. But I think it's going to be public soon, and then I can talk about who the client was and all that fun stuff. But really, really excited with how that turned out. Then I was mentioning I had my workshop in Uganda, and I took a couple photographers with me. And then the last was going to Tanzania with Asilia, and I spent about 10 days doing a couple training workshops where I was like the photographer, and I was teaching them photography. So that's kind of like the general gist of what's been going on in the past 2 months for me. And so then what I was just kind of briefly going over here was like, I haven't had time to really go through any of this yet, but now that I'm back home, I'm just reviewing some of the footage, literally from the start of the trip. So This is when I was flying into Germany. And one of the things I mentioned, and I'm going to turn this into a YouTube video, is I decided I'll do a nice little photo challenge, video challenge while I'm in Munich. So every day I went on a scooter, and then I tried to just film 5 different things and take 5 different photos each day using different lenses each time. So I think this, for example, was like when I was out with the... How do I turn off the subtitle thing? Yeah, so these are just some of the quick little clips that I was shooting with the 85mm lens, I think. Just really honestly, just boring stuff, you know what I mean? Like nothing crazy, but the whole point was like, look, I just want to not be rusty, and I want to be able to just practice a little bit with each. So I was just filming little city moments, and so the goal is I could just make a video where I show, here's like, you know, every day, here's what I filmed. This is what I shot with the 85mm lens. Then it'd be like, okay, then the next day I shot, you know, blah, blah, blah. What did I shoot the next day? So you can see like all of these are like random little moments that I filmed. And so then just putting it all together. And it was kind of fun, but this was also the first time I had the Osmo Nano. So I invested in a bunch of these like action cameras. So this was the DJI Osmo Nano, and I forget if I did it here, but basically I just attached it to my hat. So I have a lot of footage just from this type of shooting style, and it was really fun for the gorillas and the chimp treks and stuff like that. So I cannot wait to share with you guys with you know, like all the amazing stuff. Yeah, oh yeah, so here's what I was doing, right? So you'd see me here. I would just go out, let's say if I saw this moment, I was like, okay, let me just test out and shoot real quick. So then my hope is that what I would do is here, when you see me taking the photo, I'll just mix it in, right? So I'll splice in as you see me hitting the shutter button and taking the shot. Then it would switch over in the YouTube video to showing, you know, the actual photo for a few seconds. It's a pretty simple idea, right? But it's like, here's behind the scenes, here's the shots that I took, blah, blah, blah. Swiss says I can bring it over to Kenya so it can be tested pre-shoot. Yeah, yeah, I mean, yeah, that would be fantastic, Swiss. If, let's say we work out when this is supposed to happen, if you're able to join me, if you can bring the Starlink, and then I have, either way, I need to purchase a Starlink as well. So maybe we can also test out what it's like to have 2 Starlinks and go from there. I need to catch up with Cyronius as well, because he was helping me out with the Bella Box situation to have the encoder for the live streaming. So a lot of work I still need to get done. Fed says you can call the video anti-rust. Anti-rust? Rust. Okay, Fed, my brain is mush right now. I need you to explain that to me. I forget what we were talking about what you're referring to there. Kristen says I'm back watching during my lunch break. Welcome back. You're just watching literally from as if you were in my brain. You're watching what it's like when I was out here in Germany. Actually, what happens if I turn up the volume? There we go. Let me pause the music. I would love to figure out how to make this a live stream, but the problem is with these Osmo Nanos, the battery life won't last that long, or like it overheats after maybe 20 minutes if you're out in the heat and stuff like that. So Fed says LOL because you mentioned you were shooting to not get rusty. Oh, I see. Yeah, anti-rust. I see it. Antitrust, anti-rust. I gotcha. But yes, it is. The goal was to not get rusty, and also I need to make content constantly, right? So I figured this would be some fun stuff to work with. And I did this in Uganda, I did this in Tanzania, as well as in Munich. Just like literally, I would always turn on the little Osmo Nano camera, this camera you see here, whenever I saw there was a moment where I might want to quickly take a photo or video. So hopefully I can mix in some of these behind the scenes and then switch over to showing the photo. So for example, here I stopped because I saw that graffiti on the wall. So then I parked this scooter. And then I was just taking out the camera. And the cotton carrier, that harness was fantastic, right? I really enjoyed it for sure. And here, yeah, so you can see I'm testing out the Freewell the ND filter right now. So that's what's on the front of this guy. And then, yeah, I was just trying to do a few little photo moments as well as some video moments. So this one I can show the photo actually, because I was just looking at it. Let's see, how did it turn out? My God, I was also freezing. Nobody told me that Germany, I mean, I say nobody as if it was someone else's fault. I didn't realize it was still winter in parts of the world, including Munich. So I went from Dubai, just assuming everywhere is hot, and it was freezing. And I had no winter clothes. I didn't bring anything besides this camouflage jacket. And it's not, I'll tell you, it's not thick enough for the winter. So I was freezing my ass off like all of these days. It definitely hindered my ability to stay out for too long. But yeah. Okay, so for example, that was an example of something I was shooting. And so then I can show you guys, because I was just editing this. Munich. So for example, this is, as of now, here's like my edited version of that same moment. So I figured that's what I'll do on the YouTube video, right? So it's like, first you see me go behind the scene. You can follow with me as I literally take the moment, take the shot in that moment. And then as you see me click the shutter button, maybe add a little sound effect of the shutter sound, and then switch over to the actual shot, kind of full screen for a few seconds. So it's like, okay, here's the moment, here's what it looked like. So yeah, this is what I was doing briefly just now. Here's some of the photos that I took. So you guys get the inside scoop. I'm not saying they're all excellent shots by any means. These are just, you know, as part of the challenge, here's the moments that I paused to take a photo or video of, and what I ended up doing in terms of the edits. So you got the light thing, a Red Bull, just random little moments, some mailbox, railroad tracks, close-up of some random leaves, some graffiti, some sign. This sign I could not understand because I'm not German. I don't know what this says, but I do know what a skull with, you know, crossbones means. And for some reason, I just found this sign to be so hilarious because, like, you can read it one way and you can also read it the way I did, which is like, it felt weird to be like, okay, no people, no shoes, no this, no that, but death, yes, death is allowed. Death is allowed here. I was like, okay. Spider webs, passing trains, you know, just random in subway train stations, just like little random moments I could find. So these are all the ones that I've basically ended up editing. And I think that's about it, right? Oh yeah, this is, yeah. Oh, and then this was so cool. I had such a fun time shooting this. I turned this into a Instagram reel. Did I? Yeah, Instagram reel and a YouTube short. But it was really cool because at one point there's all these clouds everywhere from a distance from my balcony where I'm staying. So I ended up being able to shoot this with a 400 lens. So Kristen says, pretty sure it says you're going to die if you go too far. Yeah. I mean, listen, I get the message. I just thought it was the funniest sign. Yeah, it's just a very funny sign. Because it's like, to me, I read it as like, death is welcome here. You know, come on in. We allow death, but not people. The short was sideways. Yeah. Yes, thank you for watching, Kristen. I appreciate it. Thanks for your attention to the matter. Yeah, so that one, I ended up flipping it sideways because I just wanted to take up the full screen. But yeah. Okay, so where was I? So this is what I did, guys. Basically, throughout this trip, I would just go around. When I was in Munich, I would just spend every day going on a scooter, zipping through, trying to find different moments that I could capture, and also exploring Germany. But this is also for me to test out the gear that I had, right? So I'm testing out this Osmo Nano hat camera. I'm testing out the harness, the 85. I'm testing out the ND filters, like everything. So yeah, I think I was being pretty productive here. And now I guess the challenge is, how do I turn this into, how do I condense this into YouTube videos, right? So yeah, here's the other moment, right? I just showed it on Instagram, or sorry, on my Lightroom. So you can see here, I saw this nice moment, and I decided I was just gonna take a quick picture. So you see I'm taking a picture here, and just like that before, where is that picture? Here. Yeah, so this way I can show, here's behind the scenes, here's the final photo, how it turned out. Fed says the ice is not safe, basically not allowed to walk on the ice. Yeah, no, trust me, I understand. I just thought it was funny. It was worth taking a photo of the sign, is what I'm saying. Kristen says, you're welcome for craning my neck to see your short. Yeah. Listen, we're trying to bring back long form content, okay? We got to fight back against this short form, attention span content. Kristen, as someone with many kids, every so often I see new studies coming out about how detrimental screen time is for the development of kids, like, for young children, whatever. Teens, I'm not sure. But it's like when you're an adolescent or a toddler and growing up, it's like there's so many studies now saying, like, if you spend even just like, I don't know, like 1 hour a day on the screen, it leads to X effect, right? So listen, we need to bring back long form. We need to increase the attention spans of everyone, and we need to also work on our neck anyways, right? It's good exercise. So there it is. Yeah, so basically this is what I did throughout Munich. Also, one thing that was impressive, hold on, let me see. Yeah, okay. So when the conditions were good, as in if it's not too hot, which it was in Uganda and Tanzania at times, so as long as it doesn't overheat, you can see this Osmo Nano, it was filming continuously from 727 until 44:36. Is that real? No shot. Yeah, so I literally had this running non-stop for basically 30 minutes, right? Over 30 minutes. So to me, that was really impressive about this tiny little Osmo Nano filming in 4K. This was 4K 30 frames per second for 30 minutes stretches. So this little camera was fantastic, and it's perfect for my needs as a content creator, being able to, especially since I travel usually on my own, to be able to get these like behind the scenes moments of whatever it is that I'm doing. So yeah, super impressive little guy. Kristen says, yes, I have 21 years old down to 5, 6 of them, so I have life study. Yeah, I'm sure you are the study at this point. And the quality of this camera is pretty good. It's like a 10-bit, it's a DJI Log M codec or something. But it does a pretty good job. Oh yeah, there you go. So you guys can follow along with me, the different moments that I saw. So I really, for some reason, this like stood out to me. So I wanted to film it and take a photo of it. So I just wanted to film the moment when it changes basically from red to green. I look so ridiculous, guys. Like, anyone stopping and staring at me, it's like, it's totally warranted. Because I'm wearing all camouflage, okay? So I'm wearing camouflage everything. And I've got this camouflage harness where I've got cameras strapped onto it. And I'm filming something random. So, yeah. And I have a camera on my hat. Kristen says, yeah, don't need researchers, just ask me. Exactly, yeah. So yeah, this is what I was doing throughout Munich. So yeah, hopefully it's gonna turn out good. Oh yeah, here's moments with the cat here. Oh, one thing very random. Something that I learned from the CNN guys. I actually don't know the reason behind. Actually, maybe I should know this. But basically, all of the CNN guys, they were filming in 25 frames per second. So like basically, as I met up with them and I'm asking like, okay, so what do you guys want me to focus on? What should I be? What kind of things? What kind of footage are you guys looking for? And they're super nonchalant, by the way. Basically, it sounded almost like we don't even need you here. But you know, it's like I'm exaggerating, but it almost felt like it's like, you know, you're handing a toy gun to a child and like, you know, have fun with this. Or it's like they handed me a toy camera and be like, just go out there and have fun. Just go out there and shoot. And even though there's nothing in it. So I think they had zero expectations for me in terms of what output they needed from me on the project, which was great from the sense that I had zero pressure to actually perform anything. Like they weren't looking for me specifically to do anything. They did ideally want me to capture good wildlife footage because I had my 400mm lens. That's the world that I live in. But it was very, very relaxed. They were just like, look, we just want you to have fun almost. So that was great. And, but yeah, when I was asking like, okay, how do you need the footage? Whatever I capture, what do you guys look for? 4K, this. I ended up shooting, I think, everything in 6K for the most part. And they did mention that they usually shoot in 25 frames per second. So the frame rate that they choose is 25. And there was basically what they said is do not shoot. They're okay with me filming in anything except they're like, don't shoot at 24 frames per second and 30 frames per second. I think those two are the ones that they're like, if possible, try not to shoot in those frames. Because I guess maybe it's really challenging to mix it into the 25. Swiss Fed says well-fed cat. Yeah, this is a plump guy. Yeah, so these are just some of the random shots that I had filmed at various points. So yeah, I'm going to turn this into some footage later. Yeah, so hopefully there's some nice cinematic moments. We'll see. No promises. Oh yeah, here's that cat again. Come back here. Look at this well-fed cat. But yeah, so anyways, I ended up adopting that framing of like 25 frames per second. So now I've been shooting at 25 and 50 frames. Fed's asking, are they European? Yes, they are. They're from the UK. Is that the reason? Is there some like regional thing where things are filmed in that rate? And should I not then adopt it? Should I just go back to 24, 60, whatever? Camera number 6 in silver is mine. Oh, sorry. Okay, I missed something. You said Pixboom high-speed camera shipping likely next week. I sent you photos. They posted the camera bodies on Discord. Oh, okay. I need to check this out. Man, Swiss, if you can bring that Pixboom to our Safari live stream, would it be of use at all? I forget what you told me about that. It's like super slow motion or something, right? Fed says, yeah, that's why they shoot 25 frames per second. It's a European thing. Yo, we got Yami in the chat. Yami says, happy birthday or belated birthday. No, it is still technically my birthday. And it depends on the time zone for sure. But since I still consider myself an American, you know, I bleed red, white, and blue. Technically, I have an extended birthday, even after midnight over here in Dubai. But good to see you, Yami. Thank you very much for popping in. And thank you for the birthday wishes. And yes, we got kitties in the chat. We got kitties everywhere. My cats are also here. They're doing well. But they did switch over. So I was mentioning now, Nala has shifted over to Kimpop's bed. And Kimpop has switched over to Nala's bed. So I feel like I'm living in an alternate world right now. Swiss says Euro has the 50 hertz power, hence the 25 frames per second. USA is 60 hertz, hence the 24, the 23.98 and 24. Okay. Wow, look at how much I don't know. Kristen says happy birthday. Well, thank you very much, Kristen. I appreciate it. Uh-oh, the focus went over to the elephant. Go back to my cat. There you go. Good boy. All right. Yeah, so I guess maybe I should just go back to shooting in 24 frames and 60. But yeah, basically their point was like, you can shoot in 60, 100, 120, that's fine. Ideally, if you can shoot at 25 and 50 is best. So, yeah. So this is Munich, guys. Just some of the captures that I had. Blah, blah, blah. I guess I'll just speed through some of these. Doing my best to try to pretend to be like an urban photographer, all right? I filmed a few of these selfie things. I posted one on YouTube, which was just like a quick update about what was happening with me. What else do I have here? These are some of the other timelines that I have open. So again, I was testing out this Osmo Nano. What else? What else? Yeah, just a lot. Man, I recorded so much of me on the scooter rides everywhere. But I'm gonna hopefully jump over to Uganda next. I'm so excited to show you guys. Oh yeah, and here's that footage. I posted this on my social media. I posted on YouTube and Instagram. But yeah, this is the footage that I ended up capturing. So I shot this from my balcony. It's called the Olympic Tower in Munich. And there just happened to be a lot of smoke coming from like some kind of factory, billowing smoke. And then also behind it though, there's a lot of these clouds from, it just snowed or rained. I forget which one. So I just like immediately took out my camera just to film that. So filming in the Dubai airport, man, I have to be a little bit careful about anything I say about, listen guys, I've heard some stories about things, content creators, or if someone says something about the current conflict. So I'm gonna do my best to be mindful about talking about some of these things. But yeah, let's just leave it at that. This was really fun to film as well. Just a little casual. I love snow. Anytime I can be in like snowy environments, I'm so happy. So I just filmed a few moments here as the snow was like kicking in. This is just through the balcony window. Come on. What else? Jump to the next thing. Fed says, I never had any issues shooting 24 over here though, as long as I pick 172.8 shutter. Interesting. Planning on bringing the high speed. I demoed it at NAB, and we can indeed shoot and do an instant playback in super slow-mo right in the camera. Dang. Okay. That's crazy. So imagine we film with the ZRs, and then when we have a really cool moment happens, we do an instant replay in slow motion from the Pix boom. Okay. Kristen says, I'm just happy you're okay and the kitties are okay. Yeah, of course. I'm happy as well. But yeah, I was mentioning I don't get homesick, but I definitely miss my cats quite a lot. So when I got home, I basically just kind of hugged them for a super long time until they were getting annoyed with me. And one thing I have noticed since coming back is Kimbap is a lot more, what do you call it, cuddly with me, or he wants to be close to me all the time, right? Which is, I mean, I'm obviously happy about it, but it is a noticeable difference from before the trip to now, where like he just like really wants to be close with me most of the times, which I'm happy about. Yeah. Fed says, remember when you had issues with flicker on your stream that time? Oh yeah. Even now, like I'm filming with this main camera, it's at 216, the shutter angle. But yeah. So these are just some fun moments that I was filming. I forget which lens I was using here, but because it was snowing, I figured I need to make sure to capture some moments because I love it. So yeah. Yami says, oh, well then, happy birthday. They are keeping things interesting. Yes, my cats always do that. Kristen says, when you didn't give any update on the kitties, I was like, yeah, you know, I forgot to, I did say it in one of these recordings. There's a video I made while I was on the scooter, and I gave a quick update, but that's not what I ended up using for that video on YouTube. For that one, I just like set the camera and actually talked to the camera, and I just completely forgot to talk about my cats in that one. So yeah, I was like, oh shoot, I forgot. But yeah. All right, so this was Munich. Now I want to hop over. Okay, I'm trying to be mindful. Give me a second. Let me just open this one up first. Okay, yeah, this one's fine. I won't share with you guys just yet the other trip, the one with CNN, because it's not fully been greenlit yet, like, you know, so I don't want to accidentally show something that technically is under wraps. So let me pause on that for now, but I can show you guys my second Uganda trip where I took a couple photographers with me. And, you know, I hope I got some good captures. We'll see. But also keep something else in mind. I say I hope I got some good captures, but when I'm doing these trips, like, so again, I took a couple photographers with me, and in that sense, I'm putting on a different hat. I'm no longer just going there for myself. I'm going there for my guests. They're like my clients, right? They're paying the money to have the best experience. So my job is to make sure I'm not in their way as much as possible, right? And my job is also to make sure they have the best shot possible. So that could mean anything from like making sure if I have the best angle that I give it to them so that they have the best angle. Or instead of filming the wildlife moments, I'm actually filming them capturing the wildlife moments. So like I shift gears and I shift hats that I'm wearing. So in that sense, like, I'm sure I might have gotten better. Oh, and then like also letting them use my gear, right? Like I would give them my lens to use on these treks. And I do this gladly. I do it willingly because I want them to have the best experience. But yeah, one of the caveats though is that it's like, you know, what I captured might not necessarily, you know, be the best possible. Anyways, I don't know why I'm explaining that. Fed says, Yobel got updates pretty much every day on the cats. Yeah. Man, they sent me so many videos. I was so happy about that. I guess he just wanted to keep us on the edge of our seats for 2 months. Yeah. Kristen says he didn't give the update at first. Yeah, I was really... Listen, guys, I overpromised what I was going to share with you guys. I admit, you know. I tried my best to try to give updates here and there, but my God, once I was traveling, once you're in travel mode, it was so intense. Because, like, also keep in mind, I was traveling with like 3 projects basically back to back to back. And there was a couple other trips that I was also thinking I was going to have, but they got canceled because of the conflict, the war with Iran. So then some projects ended up not going through, unfortunately. But in my mind, I was like preparing for all of these trips. And so every day there was like, it didn't really feel like I had any break because I was like shopping. I was traveling to purchase gear, trying to get the right equipment, answering emails, making sure I have all my flights organized. It felt nonsense. And then, like, you know, the second trip, I'm taking a couple clients with me, right? So there's a lot of things I need to do with them and make sure they have everything ready to go to join me on the trip. So yeah, it was just like overwhelming nonstop stuff. And also still working with my editor to keep having content published on my YouTube channel, blah, blah, blah. That's my excuse, okay? Fed says he kept the updates to himself, yeah. Listen, in my mind, I was giving you guys the best updates. Kristen says, did you see that I made butter chicken? I finally did it. Oh, I did not. Wait, did I see that? I'd seen something you had posted recently on Instagram, food related, but I don't remember it was butter chicken. That sounds fantastic. Fed says, nice. I was in Spain for a month, so I probably wouldn't have seen updates anyways for that time at least. Yeah, Fed, I'm curious. I'm excited about your trip. And, you know, I do want to check out your videos and everything. How was your ZR during the trips? Any issues? Did you have any craziness? Let us know. So this was my trip to Uganda. This is at the airport. I was doing a bit of selfies here. They had this like nice little stand. So all of this I have to eventually turn into a nice little vlog. I did, you know what's funny? I did do a bunch of these update videos. But I didn't post them, where I basically was trying to do my best to give like daily update vlogs. You know, hopefully I'll turn it into a video, but I did do a bunch of these. Let's see if you can hear it. This trip will be mostly primates and the shoebill stork. So what do we have in stock? What do we have in store? We've got 2 shoebill excursions. Hold on, let me see. Do I actually have it that I can share with you guys? 1 second. Give me a second. Let me see what I had sent. Oh yeah, here we go. So I can share this with you guys.
Well. Guess who is back in Uganda?
Here
I
you
was
go.
literally just here about a week ago,
Fed.
and I love it so much.
Fed and Kristen, you were asking for updates. Here you go. Belated update from my first day in Uganda.
Well. Guess who is back in Uganda? I was literally just here about a week ago, and I love it so much that I decided to come back. But yes, welcome guys. I'm in Entebbe, Uganda. I just landed a couple hours ago, and I'm currently at the Papyrus Guest House. Let me say that again.
Papyrus
I just
Guest
landed
House.
in Uganda a couple
You
hours
guys are getting
ago,
the
and
raw
I'm staying
cut, by
at
the way. All
Papyrus
the
Guest
little
House,
stutters in between
courtesy
that
of Karingo
normally I would
Safaris.
cut out later.
So I'm just getting ready to start another tour. I'm taking a couple photographers with me, and we're going to do some gorilla treks, chimpanzee treks, as well as shoebill storks. So very excited. These two who are joining there, they got some professional heavy-duty cameras, so hopefully by the end of this trip you'll see some epic photos that they take. I'll be focusing mostly on video, since if you're not new to the channel, you'll know that I've been focusing more on the video side of things. And if you're new to the channel, well, thanks for being here.
Okay, I can't stand hearing myself for too long though. Yeah, so it's like I did start filming these things, and I just didn't know if I'd share it in the moment or if it's gonna be just for later, a later video. But I did do a few of these things, and then I got injured, or I got hit by a bug that was devastating to me. Okay, it was nasty stuff. I don't even know if I want to show you guys the photos from it, because it was like, my God, it looks nasty. Like it was a chemical burn on the back of my neck from a freaking bug, by the way, of all things. You know what? I'll share it with you guys. I shared it on Instagram, so. Yo, Maple's in the chat. Maple says, welcome back. Thank you very much, Maple. It's good to be back. Yami says, it's a very good excuse. No worries, yeah. Yes, I accept my excuse. Kristen says, I made homemade naan for the first time, too. Dang, you can make everything. Jeez. That sounds... I'm so hungry. I haven't had dinner yet. So, thanks for reminding me. I need food. Fed says, I did decide to get the 18-140 DX lens to bring when we go back in July, because that lens is a better walk-around lens. I got tired of bringing both 16 to 50 and 50 to 250. I used the 18-140 on the second newest video shot here in Norway on my channel. First time I tried it out. Awesome. Okay, I need to check out those videos then. So very, very excited for that. Maple, good to have you back. How have you been? It's been 2 months. It's been, I guess, technically over 2 months. I hope you've been well. I hope your streams have been going very well. Yeah. Hope life is good for you. But thanks for being here. I'm just doing a quick catch-up stream. This is I have a few technical difficulties I'm still trying to iron out, but it's just a chill stream for today. I just wanted to give a catch-up mode of here's what I've been doing for the past 2 months. So just as a quick little recap, the first project, it was with CNN. Wow, your boy is now officially working with CNN. And so yeah, the project itself, I can't speak too much on yet, but I think it should be greenlit very soon. Like days, not weeks, kind of a thing. So once that's public, once it's live, I'll share the link with you guys. I'm very, very excited. I'm so happy I got to be a part of that project, and it sounds like I should hopefully be able to work with them in the future, like on other projects. They liked me enough that they said they want me back on certain things, so fingers crossed there. So that was the first trip, and then I stayed in Munich for the past 2 months in between. Maple says, good, been back on the farm recently. Gonna do the first tractor stream soon today. Oh, nice, very, very nice. It is May in Canadian land, Canada. Does that mean good weather? Is it summertime for you guys? I don't know. Maple says, subject of living in UAE with the war. How is it? Oh, yeah. If you're asking how is it, I mean, I'm still alive, and that's all you can ask for. Yami says, CNN, that's crazy. Yes, it was awesome. It's not like, how do I say it? It's called CNN Create. So I guess they're like this, we were just on their website. What is CNN Create? It is the global brand studio of CNN International, made up of master writers, designers, and filmmakers. So I know they work on various projects with companies and etc. And yeah, so I just happened to be on a project that took place in Uganda, and yeah, it's CNN Create. And my understanding is that they make a bunch of work that ends up being like advertorials, if that's the right word. Basically, if you're on the CNN channel and you're watching the commercial break, sometimes these short films or videos will play in lieu of advertisement, I guess. Or it is advertisement, depending on whatever it's displaying. But yeah, that's like the types of stuff that would show up, and that's what CNN Create makes. At least one branch of whatever they do. So I don't know if that means what I helped with them. Like, you know, I got to be a part of their team and this project. I think it means it'll play on TV, which I think is super cool. Like, man, how exciting is that? Maple says, congrats though. That's great. Thank you very much. I was asking about CNN subject. Oh, sorry. Okay. But I know you can't speak too much on it. I can tell you it wasn't that. It was like wildlife related. So the one thing I was mentioning earlier, hold on one second. Let me see. Fed says the new lens is effectively 28 to 210. Oh, okay. In full frame. And Kristen says, while you've been busy, I got a book in the process of publishing. I learned a new program to put it together. I keep having to resize the cover. Yo, congrats. That's amazing. Man, that's so crazy to be able to actually make your own book. I know that's like a lot of steps in between. So to actually do it is very congratulatory. So what is the book about? I'm curious if you can share. But yeah, Maple. So basically what happened is the director, I guess the DP, he had reached out to me via email months back because he had seen one of my YouTube videos about Uganda from my travel vlog series. So talk about like, man, you never know where connections can be made, and it's encouraging for me that I should always do what I'm doing, diversify, create content on live streams, YouTube, whatever the outlet is. But he just randomly happened to stumble onto one of my videos on YouTube, and I guess their project was going to take place in Uganda, and he had asked if we can have a chat, and it eventually turned into, let's actually bring you with us. And so I got to join as like a B camera operator, and but they had very low expectations for me, and I don't say that I don't mean that in any other way besides like, you know, they could have done the trip without me, and it just happened to be like, oh, we find you interesting, you've been to Uganda, would you want to join if the budget allows, and like, you know, it's only for these number of days. Yeah. So then my goal was mostly to focus on like my expertise with like some wildlife related stuff, some other things. But they were shooting with the Sony FX6, Sony FX3, those like nice cameras and the crazy rigs, like those like body rig things. It was really fun to watch and fun to see. And I learned a lot for sure, just absorbing as much as I could, just being there like backseat learning. But they were also impressed with the ZR's performance. I was impressed. I'm always impressed by the quality of it. So, yeah. I was able to be a part of that, and hopefully that means I can do more projects with them. Fingers crossed. But yeah, one of the issues is because of the freaking war, a lot of these projects are put on hold, right? Even with my relationship with Nikon, there's like a number of trips I was supposed to do in between the 3 trips I did in the past 2 months. At one point, I was looking at maybe doing like 5 travels within the past 2 months. But some of those had to get postponed because of the war, which is, you know, I know there are more important things in life, but from my personal little corner of the world, it's quite frustrating to deal with lost opportunities and things like that. But yeah, anyways, I don't know. What am I talking about? Thank you very much, Maple. But it's good to have you here. Like I said, I'm just kind of catching up. So that was the first project. I went to Uganda for a number of days to be a part of that. Hopefully, I'll be able to speak more on it very, very, very soon. Then I used Munich as like my headquarters. I stayed with a friend throughout. So that's what I was doing in the earlier part of the stream, was just showing some of the footage that I captured when I was like kind of roaming around Munich every day and trying to make sure I wasn't rusty with shooting. Then I went back to Uganda. So what I was just showing now is from my trip to Uganda, where I spent about 9 days, and I took a couple photographers with me to join me on that trip. That was also frustrating. There was supposed to be at least 1 or 2 others who joined me, but because of the war, they ultimately weren't able to travel and join me on this trip. Hopefully they'll be able to join me next time. But so yeah, this was 9 days in Uganda. And this is the trip that I mentioned that, oh my God, I was decked out in camera stuff. So you can kind of see it here, right? So this is how I traveled. I had the cotton carrier harness, and I was usually rocking 2 cameras on it when I was on the treks. So the chest holster, and then on the side. Then over on the shoulder strap, I had the Osmo Action 6 that I was using for like a front point of view footage capture. And man, I was so proud of myself for thinking through all of this, by the way, because like I was trying to figure out like, okay, what camera should go where? How do I make it work? I ended up using the Action 6 because you can see the angle even in this screen grab. The harness, the way it's designed, the camera doesn't end up being properly, you know, perpendicular to the ground, if that makes sense, or parallel to the ground. It's at this like 45-degree angle. But luckily the Action 6 has some software where up to like 45 degrees it'll compensate, or it'll calibrate that in and keep it level with the ground. So yeah, so anyways, I ended up using that on the side here. Then on my main camera, I had the Osmo 360 attached to get like a 360 view at all times. Can I show it here? Let's see. Let's find a moment where it shows up. Oh yeah, man, I didn't end up being able to do this for every one of my trips, unfortunately, because whatever. But I did try to do some practice shots in case I made a video about the Pidgeotech backpack, and I wanted to do those shots where you can see me opening the bag and closing it. In case I make some kind of cinematic film. Let's see if it happens again. Yeah. So I was trying to do these like this kind of moment. The initial thought was this would be the transition as you see me travel the world, and each time I unzip the backpack, you would see that I'm in a new environment. So like one moment you see I'm like, as I unzip the backpack, I'm on a boat in a swamp somewhere. Then the next time, once it closes and I open it up again, you'll see I'm, you know, I don't know, in the forest or on a Jeep. So that was my intention. I didn't end up getting to film all of those moments though, but that was the idea. Alright, where can I show? Oh, here we go. So you can see here the way I was traveling. So then I had this like small rig. No, it was like a Tilta little arm on which I attached the Osmo 360. So basically I had the Osmo 360 attached to the side of my main camera. I had the Action 6 attached to my harness, and then on like a shoulder strap, and then I had the Osmo Nano attached to my hat. So basically I always had different camera angles running at all times. It's a little bit wild for sure. But it led to some of the coolest captures. I had this moment, I shared a bit of it with you guys on Discord. I had this moment where a chimpanzee literally lunged right at me because, you know, I startled it because I stepped on a branch that snapped, and I'll share the story later, but basically you see it turn around and then leap forward and reach out with its hand to try to grab me, and it just like narrowly misses me. You can see it on the 360 angle, how close it got. But anyways, because I had those cameras, I was able to get the footage. So excuse me. So this was on the first day, basically a lot of like traveling through the swamp. So this is when I went on my own on this day before the clients showed up, and I just wanted to film and do the shoebill trek and just kind of see, you know, test it out, make sure everything's working. So these are some nice little footage that I captured of what the experience is like when you're out there. Dator says hello to Maple. Fed says Cyber Yobel. Yeah, I'm basically Terminator, or I'm Cyborg for sure. I'm not afraid of a chimpanzee attacking me because it has to get through all the metal of my camera gear first, okay? So I'm basically wearing armor when I'm like trekking and stuff. Let me play this out a little bit as Kristen says, I designed the cover and all the pages. It's a Bible study journal. Nice. That sounds very hard work, by the way. Maple says, that'd be an insane clip for the socials. Yeah, I cannot wait. There's so much good stuff, I think. that I captured. It's just a matter of having enough time now. I'm not even kidding, Maple. I think I have over 20 terabytes of video footage. I have about 25,000 photos that have been taken across the 3 countries that I was in for the past 2 months. So it's just a lot to deal with. But yeah, hopefully that should mean some decent content here and there. So this is how I was traveling, guys. I had my Pidgeotech, I had my Osmo 360, at least on the boat, I had the 360 strapped to the backpack. These boats are not massive, and they do flood, so the water starts coming in over time. So it's not like the most, you know, trustworthy for me to like, you know, it's a very, very small boat. So if I'm not careful, things will rock back and forth. So yeah, I had to be very mindful how I had my gear. This is the first trip, though, I tested out this monopod. So I had the Siri monopod that you can see over in the corner, and that was actually much more ideal for this boat compared to like a typical tripod, because it doesn't take up as much space there, so it's not like getting in the way. So then you can see here I was putting on the Action 6 onto the shoulder. I was so much craziness. Maple says, gotta prep for farm stuff. Okay, well, thank you very much, Maple. Thanks for being here. It's good to hear from you. Glad that life is going well. Enjoy your farm session. Yeah, I appreciate you stopping by. So yeah, this is what the experience is like, by the way, for the shoebill stork. So you can see here, now I've literally just filmed the entirety of it. So you guys can actually see it start to finish. This is what an experience looks like if you want to join me. If you ever wanted to have this experience, you go in these little boats, you can see what it's like as we start searching for the shoebills. I have all this 360 camera footage I need to review as well. Let's see. So here's the behind the scenes of the same moment that you just saw me playing earlier. So me opening up the bag and like grabbing things or pretending to or whatever as I'm recording. It's really, man, I've been really enjoying this Osmo Nano, this hat camera. It's such a fun experience to like show people the behind the scenes. But also I messed up on this first trip. But this is why I'm glad I took this time to practice. You can see I was overexposed on my action cameras because I didn't know any better. And then I eventually fixed it, I guess, here. So yeah, I'll have these types of moments, like your typical Instagram reels and stuff, where I can take a bit of this behind the scenes and then transition to the moment where you see what my camera captured. But yeah, thankfully we got to see the shoebill each time. Had some nice moments with it. Let's see. Let's pop over to my 120 frames per second footage. Oh man, these files are so heavy that even my Mac is struggling here to open this guy. Well, oh, there we go. Okay. So let's go from the beginning. So we got some cool moments of, especially because I'm shooting in 120 frames. Hopefully this will look good when I make my eventual videos on this trip. To have these like kind of slow motion moments of people doing their thing. Okay, so that one I didn't do as much. Let's look at these. This is the 100 frames per second. What I got? Oh yeah, this shoebill had a tracking device on it. It took me a while to notice it, but... Man, I love doing these shoebill excursions. I still have not gotten a moment where the shoebill makes the mating sound. I'm still waiting for that moment to happen. Why is this not playing? There we go. Yami says, surprised he doesn't try to whack it. Who are we talking about? The shoe? Oh, the shoe bill. No, you can see at times it does. Or like, you know, as it's like, what do you call it? Preening? Or when it's drying and cleaning itself? Grooming itself? Sometimes you'll see it like it kind of, I don't know, if it's probably annoyed by the tracker. But you can see as it kind of works around it at times. But yeah, Nikon ZR. Man, I need to get my hands on that 120 to 300 lens. Okay, let me see. How can I speed run for you guys the trip? I'm trying to do it chronologically. But basically, so what happened is the first couple days of the trip, no, the first day we did the Shoebill Stork excursion. So I went with the group. Let's see. I think this is the first day. Man, these files are so heavy. Yeah, let me do half. I kind of want to make a... I think it'd be really fun if I can make a short film about these guys, the people that work the Shoebill swamp, like the swamp area, because they work so hard. Like honestly, they have one of the toughest jobs. Right? These guys are in the swamp, in the heat at times, in the rain, and they're literally at jumping out of the boat to drag these things for the tourists, for me, right? And you feel a little guilty while you're sitting there leisurely and you're watching these guys busting their ass, dragging your vehicle forward. But yeah, so I think it'd be really fun if I can make like a short film documentary almost, like just an insight into their day in the life of being these guys bringing tourists to see the Shoebill Stork, because they worked so hard. And I'm just sitting there chilling like, hey, can you guys go faster? You guys should do this instead. You know, I didn't say that, but you know. Fed says you need to make a video in their honor. Yes, I would love to. I would love to. I think I'm slowly building connections with people in Uganda, right? And that is one of those stories I want to do. There's 2 stories I want to do in Uganda right now. There's more, but like one of them is this, right? I want to be able to tell the story of these Shoebill guides, right? Stepping into, no pun intended, but stepping into their shoes and seeing what does their day look like, interviewing them and having them talk about why they do what they do, why they're passionate about it, what got them there, and then just have nice little cinematic moments showing them going about their day, doing these sunrise boating excursions. There's so many nice like cinematic moments you can capture when they're on these boats. Let me see if I can find one for you guys to show you what I mean. It'll be maybe in the slower footage, because like at times the main guide will be balancing precariously at the front of the boat, which lends itself for nice film moments. If I can find one. It's probably under this one then. Let's find the moment. Oh yeah. Well, this is not the exact moment I'm talking about, because here he's rowing it. But even the rowing part, right? It's like, there's like a cool moment when you get to see there's like nice cinematic moments, especially at sunset or sunrise, when you're seeing them push this like wooden boats through the swamp. So if you can mix in some of those moments, where's the other ones? Yeah, stuff like this. So yeah, just like cool shots that you don't normally get to see, because they're doing something very unique and niche, which is like taking tourists through a swamp. Who does that, right? Like, so, yeah, I have a decent footage like this already, but it'd be nice if I can go there and like properly next time, like interview one of them, make it a thing. Hopefully I can like try to pitch this to like the tourism board or something like that, to be like, hey, could I film a quick little interview documentary to promote the shoebill excursions, one of your national parks, one of your national birds, essentially, and but also promoting the people that bring the guests to experience that, and showing again like how hard this work is, because yeah, they're busting their ass. So yeah, I think the storyline's there, and I have decent shots already as reference. And it's just a matter of, can I put it all together and then pitch it properly? And then, yeah, it just becomes another little thing like the chimp short film that I made, where I hopefully can promote a really cool aspect of Uganda. Fed says, I shot a couple of videos about the pier that has just reopened again in Torre Vieja and the street cat shelter by the seasides below. I've posted the first part already. Oh, nice. Okay. We have so much to review, and I definitely need to check out these videos then. Fed, I think, did you post these on the Discord as well? I know you had posted a few there. I just haven't had time to like properly go through everything. But yeah. So yeah, this is one of them. And then the second short film or like travel documentary style thing that I want to film in Uganda is similar concept, but about the guides and the rangers who are doing the gorilla and the chimpanzee treks. So kind of like, because so when you do a gorilla trek, it's different for the chimps, but for the gorilla treks, you've got like your guides and rangers, but there's also like a field, I don't know what you call them, like scouts. They've got these guys who literally stay overnight with the gorillas. I could be getting certain facts wrong, but basically what they do is like after the guests have left, they stay on with the gorilla family to kind of monitor and track where they're going, such that in the next morning, when the next tourists are coming for the gorilla trek, they have a good sense of where the gorilla is, where the family is located. So these scouts are staying overnight, spending the night in the forest or nearby, continuing to track these gorillas so that they know, generally speaking, where they are for the next day's trek. And so that's like a tough job as well, because being in that jungle is like not easy. You've got bugs, you've got snakes, you've got forest elephants, you've just got nature, the toughness of nature to deal with, that you're just having to balance while you're out there, right? And not to mention you got gorillas, right? It's just like a crazy lifestyle for sure, and it's not an easy one. So I think it'd be really fun to, again, bring some light to what their day in the life looks like. And if I could interview some of them, how they became guides or rangers, like the process to become a ranger, the application process, whatever it took, right? And then showing a day in the life of what they have to do, and humanizing a bit of the people that allow you to have this like wonderful experience. So that's like the second thing I want to see if I can maybe pitch and see if I can make that a short film. Yo, we got Siegfried in the chat. Siegfried says, hey boss, yo, long time no see. It's been a while. Yes. Thanks for being here. Yes, this is my first stream in over 2 months since I've come back. So it's glad I'm a little bit rusty still, but I'm kind of ironing out some things. I'm getting back into the groove of just talking nonstop about nothing. Yami says, that's honestly so impressive. I couldn't even imagine. Siegfried said, hope you're doing well. I'm doing very well. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just catching you guys up on what's been happening over the past 2 months. It's been really exciting stuff. I'm very #blessed, as they say, to have had these opportunities. And don't get me wrong, I bust my god dang ass off every day for this. I'm proud of myself as well for the stuff that I've been a part of. But there's a lot of luck involved. But either way, I'm very grateful that I got to be in these trips and projects, and I'm happy I get to share it with you guys as well. So I'm just kind of going through some of the footage here as I was talking about these guides who take you through the swamp to try to find the shoebill stork. And man, their day job is not easy. They're like literally wading waist deep at times in this swamp environment. You know, they talk about random bugs and who knows what's in the water, okay? And they're just going in it. They're braving it every single time, barefoot, dragging these boats through when it's too, stuck. So, anyways, Siegfried asked, "Have you moved?" No. I'm still in Dubai, but basically for 2 months I've been out of Dubai because of the situation, the war. I had a number of travel projects. I had a project in Uganda with CNN. Then I had a project of my own with a couple photographers who joined me in Uganda, which is what you're seeing right now on the screen. And then I had a workshop in Tanzania with a safari company to train their guides on photography. So these were big opportunities that I definitely did not want to pass up. So I needed to get out of Dodge, as they say. So I left Dubai a week in advance from my first project, and I chose to stay in Germany with a friend. So I stayed there in between my projects, basically. But after the third project had finished, the one in Tanzania, I was like, okay, now I can come back to Dubai. So I did come back, and I was saying earlier, literally the day I returned, I was like, oh, life is back to normal, right? And then there were missile strikes and drone strikes that day. So it was like almost like a, hey, welcome back, Yobel type thing. Because it'd been silent for, I think, days before that. And then, of course, with my coming also came them. So, but yes, I'm back in Dubai. Things are pretty good here, honestly. Like, all things considered, right? You don't really notice. It's no different from even the first few days when I was here. In the first few days, you would hear the boom sounds constantly, for sure. But business as usual in Dubai. It's like I genuinely mean it still. That, like, you know, the things you would hear, especially in the early days, there's a lot of fear mongering, I guess, and just like spreading of like some of the craziest things about what's happening in Dubai. And like, it's not to downplay it per se, but I think it was overplayed in terms of the drastic nature of it. The people who live here, everyone's just like, they go about their day. Yesterday, I grabbed drinks with a friend. It was packed. Like, the bar is just packed to the brim with people just taking a day off from work and all that kind of stuff. So from a day-to-day perspective, things are fine. Where I get concerned is more just like the medium to long-term economic effect to the UAE, right? Because you can imagine a lot of tourism is they make a lot of money from tourism, and not many people are going to be traveling here, I assume. I don't know. So I don't know what the situation is going to be long term. It does mean my housing for next year, hopefully that means my rent should go down. So you take the wins where you can. But I think one of the wins is that I should ideally not have to pay as much for rent. So, there's that. Siegfried says, hope you're safe, man, and so happy you're getting all this work. I'm definitely not jealous. Don't be jealous, man. Listen, it is... you know what? I will take a bit of sense of pride that I think what I do, not many people can do. And I mean that from a physical standpoint as well. Like, the gear that I'm traveling with, like, all of it is like physically grueling. It's a lot of like literally sleeping maybe 4 hours, 6 hours a night, that kind of situation. It's a lot of skipping meals as well. You're just going all day. It's a physically demanding, mentally demanding tasking situation. So I am proud of myself that I know I can do this thing that most people would not want to do. And also, you're dealing with a crazy amount of bugs, and just you're dealing with, nature. And I've learned to be better with bugs, but my God, it is not. And I don't mean just like, oh, ew, there's a spider, and I'm talking like you're getting bitten nonstop by tsetse flies, by mosquitoes. One thing, I don't know, Siegfried, if you'd been watching any, because I shared briefly on Instagram, and I'll share it with you guys as well. I got after my second chimpanzee trek, during my chimpanzee trek, I got hit with something called the Nairobi fly. But okay, Fed says they probably overdid it. The info to try to get the prices on Dubai chocolate up even higher. Yeah, man, all I know is there's a lot of market manipulation happening these days. All right, that's what we'll say. A lot of manipulation, a lot of like, if you're in the know, if you are one of those quote unquote insiders, you're making so much money right now off the backs of a lot of tragedy. Okay, not good, not good. Hold on, let me show. This is not going to be fun to look at, I'm sure. But listen, you guys have the stomach for it. I believe in you. Where would it be? I think it would be in my folder here. Yeah. Videos. Uganda. Uganda, be kidding me. iPhone. You know what? I'll just share it from Instagram. So basically, on my second trek, the chimpanzee trek, there was a moment on the trek I distinctly remember, and I imagine this is when I must have either already been feeling the impact of this freaking beetle, or I caused it in that moment. Siegfried says, hope you're safe, man, and so happy. Oh, sorry, I read that already. Thank you again, though. Fed says, I remember the update about the bug bite. Oh, yeah, I think I posted on Discord as well. But, okay, let me lay down the context real quick, okay? So, I was on the second chimpanzee trek. And so when I'm on the trek, I'm wearing the neck gaiter, right? So you wear these, like, little neck scarves, you know, because it's to protect you against the environment. But also it's like a mask when you're when the chimps are nearby. You have to cover up because you can spread disease back and forth. Anyways, so I had the neck gaiter, I had my cotton carrier harness, and I had my big ass camera on the front strap and the holster, and I had my side camera. So basically there's a lot of weight on my body because of the harness and my cameras. So that's one knock on the harness, is that while it was helping balance out the weight, like distributing it more forward and like even, it was also, depending on the camera I had, it would push the harness forward. And so it was putting a little bit of pressure on the back of my neck. It wasn't that bad, but I remember midway through that second chimpanzee trek, I had this feeling of discomfort where it felt like I had too much pressure on the back of my neck from all this weight. So what I did is I remember readjusting the harness and then making sure my neck gaiter, the cloth, was in between the harness and my neck. That way the harness wasn't like chafing up against my skin and, you know, causing anything. So anyways, that's what I did to cushion a little bit from the pressure and the weight of the harness pushing down on my neck. I go on with the rest of the trek, don't think about it. At the end of the trek though, I remember the back of my neck felt a bit more sensitive, and at the time it didn't look too bad. It looked very bruised. I remember asking my guests, I was asking like, hey, is my neck bruised right now? They're like, yeah, it looks a little bit bruised. So then after the trek ended, I made this one decision, which was probably the dumbest decision in hindsight that I could have made. Basically, at the lodge that we're staying at, they have a massage service for like $30. Like, so they're like, oh, by the way, if you want a massage, you can, schedule a massage for $30. So one of my guests decided to, like, they bought me a massage, right? Because like, oh my God, that would feel so good right now. So they're like, oh yeah, they gave me, they paid for my massage essentially in the moment. And so I got a massage, and basically the lady, when she did the massage, she went deep on the back of my neck, right? Like a deep tissue massage style. And unfortunately, all that did was make it severely worse. I find out in hindsight, because I talked to a doctor later on, and they're like, yeah, you shouldn't have done that. But basically, they were just deepening, like pushing in the toxins and the poison, and like, the bruising made it worse. The next day, you could see it looked a little bit worse, and there's like almost like these little pimples. And then by the day after, it was like, it spread across my entire neck. And I remember when my guests were looking at it, they're like, ooh, I don't know, man. You might need to get this checked out. And there was a question of like, did I get like bitten by a bug? And like, it's like some kind of parasite or something that's spreading my body, right? It was like that kind of like question mark of what the heck am I dealing with? So we went to a pharmacy. I got some things. My assumption at the time was that I had purchased this dissolvent for like hand washing your clothes. So basically it's like this little paper that you put into the water and it dissolves, and then it allows you to hand wash your clothes, clean it, blah, blah, blah. And so I did that with the neck gaiter prior to that trek. And I let it dry out on the couch in my room. And so my assumption was maybe some of the little chemicals, which are apparently, you know, like toxic, or, you know, if you're not careful with it, it can cause burns and stuff, right? So my assumption was maybe some of that chemical, I didn't really effectively wash it off with enough water. And so it might have clung to the cloth. And then when I wore it, it basically caused an irritant, and it, like, you know, caused an infection or something. But it turns out none of that was true. What I experienced was from a bug called the Nairobi fly, which, here, let's quickly Google this thing. Fed says, I got some bad mosquito bites in Spain in the national forest, and the day after I stood still for hours shooting the Palm Sunday procession. My legs swelled up something fierce after. Jeez. It was swollen for 3 days. Dang, from mosquitoes? What kind of mosquitoes are in Spain? What the heck? Here, let me show you guys. This is the Nairobi fly. Now, I don't 100% know if it's the Nairobi fly. This is what the doctor immediately assumed that it was, based on looking at my injury and how this thing normally looks. Also, this Nairobi fly tends to do its damage on your neck, right? So given the fact that it was on the back of my neck, it also seemed to line up with the symptoms of what this little bastard does. So this is the Nairobi fly. And what's also annoying is that it's not an actual fly. Apparently it's a freaking beetle. So why the heck do they call it a fly? I don't know. But this little beetle, it also doesn't bite you. What happens is that when it panics, I guess it's kind of like a skunk, right? So when it feels threatened, it will release all these toxins from its body. And the toxins, or this acid, is very corrosive to your skin. So the moment it like did that, it basically caused my issue. It like basically all that toxin was rubbed up on the back of my neck. So I think when I had readjusted the harness when I was on the trek, either I squashed the bug in that moment, or I made it feel threatened. I'm assuming it was already like kind of trapped inside the scarf, and when I readjusted like that, it might have caused it to panic and release the toxins. I don't know. Who knows? Something like that must have happened, and it left its toxin all over my neck. And then when I got my massage, all it did was like literally like push it further deeper into my freaking body. So Fed says the stings seemed fine when I went to go film the procession the day after, but for some reason my shoes or something caused it to spread and swell up my whole ankle and foot. Dang. Yeah, see, this is the thing. You just never know with these bugs, man. It's just like an X factor on your trip. So it's like one of those things where it's like, what can you do? You know? But I'm glad, Fed, it sounds like you were able to recover at the very least, but that does not sound fun. Let me see if I can show you guys. Okay. I think you guys can see this. Nope. I'm not sharing my screen. Oh, my bad. I wasn't sharing my screen. Hold on. Because I meant to show you guys. This is the Nairobi fly. My bad. This is the freaking Nairobi fly, and otherwise known as the acid fly. But it is not a fly. It is a beetle. So there you go. Enjoy that. The more you know. All right, enjoy that information. Or sometimes they call it the narrow bee fly. So not only do they sometimes call it a fly, but it's a beetle. Other times they call it a bee. So what the heck, you know? Make up your mind. Also, I was in Uganda and I'm being damaged. I'm getting hit by this Nairobi bug. It was just, I was all over the place trying to understand what the hell was happening to me. So, okay, so with that context, Fed says, I don't know, actually know if it was mosquitoes. Could have been some other kind of bug. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this was my trip I think I posted as an Instagram story. Let's see. I'll let this play out because it's fun to go through this. That was a cool moment when this baboon hopped up on the Jeep. These are my two guests. So this is Dennis. He's, in my opinion, I think he's the best photographer I know. Like, he just has a very good eye for composition. He usually does all of his editing within the camera itself, like not doing like post-production work. He usually just kind of sets it up to get the shot in the moment. So very impressive guy with his camera captures. Let's see, where is it? This is Fiona. So Fiona was there as well. Amazing work, as you can see here. I didn't know, I traveled with Dennis before. This is my first time with Fiona, but like, yeah, fantastic photos. I'm so happy I got to go on this trip with them. They were excellent clients and guests. So yeah, so this is me, right? So this is what I look like. So ridiculous.
It's so ridiculous.
Yep.
You're putting on as if you're going for a combat. I mean, you know? I'm thinking of like.
Yeah, so you can see here this neck gaiter, right? So this is what I was talking about. So I'm wearing this kind of like a neck scarf. And I think the bug must have gotten trapped inside of it and then released all of its acid on me. Here's that moment I mentioned where you see the chimp like lunge at me. It was so crazy. Excited to go through that with you guys. That's Milton, my guide. Where is the... Here's the behind the scenes. We had this grill. We had the gorillas right up alongside the river. It was really cool. Like a very lucky moment because it's out in the open. Really harsh lighting though, so it wasn't that easy to get good captures. But in terms of positioning, it meant we got to kind of cool down in the river, and you know, yeah. Where is my update? It's from Fiona. Oh, I get posted as the first video here. Okay.
Saying hi.
All right, here we go. Let me pause this. So I explain it here, and you'll see the photo of the moment I'm talking about.
I'm alive. One thing I'll mention is that right before this trip, I just came directly from Uganda, where I just wrapped up one of my tours. However, midway through the trip, on the second chimp trek, I felt some pressure on the back of my neck. You can see from the initial photos that it looked very bruised.
Okay, so here's the initial photo. This is this is the second day, so it's like the morning after, essentially. And there was a little bit of bruising, a lot of redness around, but you can also see a bit of this, like almost like acne, right? It was like these little pimples everywhere. So you can see right in the center here, it was a bit like bruised, and over here as well, kind of like a welt. And then all surrounding it was turning red. So that's what it looked like the morning after. And I was like, huh, okay, it should be fine. I think it's just bruising and maybe just like sweat. My thought was literally like, at this point, I thought it was just a lot of the sweat getting trapped in the scarf. So maybe it was just like typical acne type situation because, like, you know, dirty skin type thing and sweating.
And red. And over the next few days, it got worse and worse. Like, we're talking ballistic.
And then there are more disgusting photos than this. So this is not even the worst of it. But I just want to show one example. Basically, it almost looked like a butterfly tattoo, or like looked like a welt in the shape of a butterfly. And it was on like the entirety of my neck, mostly on the right side, but it extended all the way to the left as well. And what you would see is that, oh man, it was so bad. But parts of it, it was like literally like blisters. And then you can see like there's like pus and redness and like, yeah, it was like nasty, nasty work. And I don't think it was too itchy, but I was also taking some antihistamines as well at the same time. But yeah, I do remember sleeping that first couple nights was really, like, I ended up not getting enough sleep because I couldn't sleep on my side. It was just way too uncomfortable trying to avoid letting this touch. But yeah, it got nasty. And so, yeah, then we went to a pharmacist. I got some things. AI was not helpful at all. ChatGPT was completely wrong, by the way. Yami says, this looks horrifying. Geez, yeah. And so you can imagine my guest. Imagine, Yami, you were my guest and you're with me and you see this. And you're like, ooh, I don't know. Is this contagious? Do I have to be worried? Are you okay? Are you about to die? Like, what is happening? Because, it was getting worse and worse, right? So it's like, I'm definitely noticing this is not getting better. Like, so I imagine that's what they were thinking. And, yeah. So this was just, what can you do? So unfortunately, I ended up having to cancel on my end. I ended up canceling the second Gorilla Trek, which is like, can you imagine? It's not cheap, right? This is like $800, right? To get the permits for these Gorilla Treks. And I had to basically say I can't, and you don't get a refund on it. So I had to just let it go. But I mean, the good news was I was able to, Milton, my guide, was able to go in my stead. So it wasn't wasted, and I'm happy he got to go on that trek instead. But yeah, so I couldn't do the second Gorilla Trek. And then I also had to kind of, I couldn't do some of the other activities afterwards. I had to just go back to the main capital and just rest up, because I had my Tanzania trip right after, and I didn't want to do anything to make it worse. And then I remember ChatGPT, even I was like saying, should I go to should I go to a doctor? ChatGPT's like, no, you're fine. It's improving. It's all good. You already have the right medication. Bullshit. It was so wrong. Fed says, yeah, I took antihistamines plus cream with cortisone, so the swelling subsided within about 3 to 4 days. It was okay enough to go filming again on day 3. Interesting. So we were kind of doing mirrored situation, because I think I was also on antihistamines, and I was taking some kind of steroid or some kind of cream that was supposed to help with the swelling and all that. But yeah, basically I went to the doctor, and the doctor immediately knew what it was right away. He's like, yeah, it's from the Nairobi bee. It was not from some laundry detergent. It wasn't from some, dirty neck scarf or your sweat or something like that. This is straight up from a bug, and it spread its toxins on you, and it causes essentially it's equivalent of a chemical burn. So I was experiencing a chemical burn, and you're seeing all the phases of the burn cycle, right? Like from the blisters and everything. So the good news, honestly, that was probably the best news I could have received, because I was like, oh, thank God. So it's not like a parasite. It's not like some weird infection. This was straight up just recovering from a burn. So there's nothing contagious. It was just you just have to keep it clean, blah, blah, blah. And he gave me the right medication that was supposed to help specifically for the situation. So yeah. There's just a nasty piece of work, and it just kept spreading until it's the entire back of my neck, a little bit on my face. Turns out it's actually something called the Nairobi fly. It just released the beetle juice all over my neck, and apparently it's very toxic, and it causes a chemical burn. It's good now, but honestly, it shouldn't look too bad now. As I always say, expect anything, enjoy everything when it comes to these wildlife trips. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Cheers. And then I might as well, since I'm here, I'll just show you guys the rest of the Instagram stories that I've posted. So here's a little quick catch up on my trip in Tanzania. So this is the lodge I stayed at. This is actually the same room I stayed in last year as well. So it was kind of like deja vu. Fed says you can get all sorts over the counter in Spain, so that helps. We have a pharmacy right up the street from our house. Nice. Yeah. So this is my lodge. This is where I stayed for about 11 days.
Yobel.
Yes.
Oh, right.
Oh yeah, I haven't been here. Last time we were in the other. You guys have been hiding this from me.
Yeah.
Wow.
So this is actually the main side. So there's 10 rooms this side and 5 on the other side.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, this is great.
You're welcome.
Yeah, this is the lodge. Amazing. So Acilia, shout out to Acilia, but Acilia is I don't know what you call them, but they're one of the top safari companies operating in Africa, and they have a number of luxury lodges. Okay, we're talking man, if you want to stay anywhere when you're doing these safaris, you want to work with you want to stay with them. They're just basically one of the top. So I'm very grateful that I got to work with them, and hopefully it sounds like I might be able to extend and do more work and projects with these guys. But yeah. So this is where I stayed. It was beautiful. I would see random animals, monkeys and antelope and impalas would come by here. So it's kind of fun to see that. This is the first day of my trip in Tanzania, first full day. I keep mentioning how goofy I look, but that's never going to change. One little hack I found. I have a bucket hat, but it's super flimsy for me to put a hat camera
But
Welcome back,
Welcome
KKK.
back.
I have discovered.
Welcome back.
Yo.
Although we've missed you, welcome back.
Yo, BC. Good to hear from you, man. Thanks for being here. You said, welcome back. We've missed you. Welcome back. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's good to be back. It really is. Oh, man, I was a bit nervous of like, man, it's been 2 months since I've been here. Like, you know, people move on easily from these things. You know, it's like, I don't blame anyone, right? It's like, if you're not in someone's presence long enough, it's like, well, you move on to other things. But it's really cool that a lot of you guys are hopping in here. Hopefully you guys will continue tuning in. I've got a lot of content. I got a lot of stuff to work through now. I mentioned 25,000 photos, 20 terabytes of video footage across the 3 countries that I've been in over the past 2 months. So we got plenty of things that I need to catch you guys up on and work on. And that's not even including the fact that I'm still over a year behind on content, right? We were working on Mongolia part 2, and I have like 10 other trips after that I need to post. So we got stuff to take care of, okay? BC, how you doing? How is life? How are you doing? The PPs are broken. Okay, I got to add that to the list of everything that's there's so many things that are not working right now that I got to fix. Fed says there's 2 lakes in Torre Vieja close to each other, the Pink Lake and the Blue Lake. And by the Blue Lake, there's tons of mosquitoes and other bugs. The Pink Lake is so salty, there's very few bugs. Man, one thing because I hate mosquitoes for sure. One thing that's amazing about Uganda is specifically when you're doing the gorilla trek, you are so high up in altitude that apparently mosquitoes can't live there. So you don't have to deal with mosquitoes at all. So it's like it's a malaria-free zone, if you will. So that's one of the bonuses of when you're doing the gorilla treks. But yeah, God, I hate bugs. The issue with Tanzania in the park that I was in at the time is you have to deal with tsetse flies. These are worse than mosquitoes. In my opinion, I think these are probably my new mortal enemies. Like worse than any other bugs I can think of. Tsetse flies are now like, if I can somehow massacre all of them in one go. Actually, I would never do that because I think a lot of animals feed on these guys. So it's good for the environment, but god dang, if I can find a way to keep these guys away from me at all times, because they bite, and their bite, you feel it right away, and they don't just, it takes a lot to get them away from you. Like if you just wave your hand, that's not enough to get them deterred. So BC says, happy birthday as well. Yes, it is still my birthday. Yes. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't really celebrate birthdays, but I figured if this is my first stream back and it happens to be on my birthday, I was like, I might as well put that in my stream titles. But I have nothing. I don't celebrate it. Usually I don't do anything. It's just another day for me. But yeah, these guys are the absolute worst. Tsetse flies. They sting. It hurts when they bite you. They're much larger than normal flies. And they are everywhere. Honestly, I feel like if I said there are over 1 billion tsetse flies in that park, I feel like that is an exaggeration, but not off by much. How many tsetse flies are in Tarangire National Park estimated? There's no exact official total population, but just give me a number. Give me a number. Okay, they're not giving me a number. Would it be a decent estimate to guess there are over 1 billion tsetse flies in Tarangire National Park at the worst in the dry season? While 1 billion is a speculative number, it is a reasonable, perhaps even conservative estimate given the high density of these guys during the dry season. Yeah, so we'll call it trillions, okay? These guys are everywhere, and they're so annoying. Honestly, it would also interrupt when you're filming. Like I'd be trying to film and the tsetse fly lands on you and tries to bite you, and if you Like the guides, they can ignore it, but I can't ignore that shit, okay? When it bites you, you have no choice but to swat it away. So then as you're filming, you have to make a choice. I'm either going to be shaky now and like, get rid of it, or I got to let it bite my ass in a way that's like, you know, just, yeah. Anyways, the guides were making fun of me because I just could not handle these things. But yeah, listen. Fez says, tsetse flies are parasitical. They're just everything. Every word you can name. I know you're saying more scientifically, but yeah, they're just the worst. All right, what else did I post? All right, I'm gonna get. So yeah, it was really fun, this workshop. So like I said, I was back there and we had 2 groups. The first group was about 8. There's 8 guides. Second group, I think there was 11 of them. And the first group were the ones that most of them were from last year, the same people. So it was a bit more of like an intermediate / advanced course that I got to do with these guys. And then, you know, Asilia brought all the camera gear. So it was all Nikon, all mirrorless cameras. So it was really cool. We simplified the camera gear so it's easier for people to swap between cameras without too much of an issue. But it was like a mixture of everything. Z9, Z8, Z6 IIIs, Z7 IIs, Z50, Mark IIs. But yeah, so I did a little bit of like lectures. So it was a mixture of doing like classroom lecture styles where I was kind of teaching them about editing, just random topics. But then also obviously going out in the field, and every day, every drive, I would make sure that everyone swapped cameras. So everyone had different opportunities to test out the Z9 or the Z8, or shooting with like something that's a 600 millimeter lens versus like a 200 or whatever. So it was really fun for me to just kind of work this through with these guys. And yeah, I was testing out the Osmo Nano camera quite a bit. So again, that's like my new favorite camera right now for these like behind the scenes moments, to kind of feel like you're in the moment as well with me in an immersive way. Fed says, you nearly always see the tsetse flies around animals in African wildlife videos. Yeah, parasitical in that they live off of blood and just live on the animals like vampires. Yeah, you see them everywhere. It's like you can't avoid not seeing them. And man, there's a few times where I killed it and it was too late. It's been living off my blood. So when you kill it, it literally bursts. It's disgusting, but you end up with like seeing your blood everywhere, right? So like, yeah, it's just, oh God, they're so annoying, so disgusting. But you know what's even worse than tsetse flies are ticks. The ticks, they are everywhere. One of the guides at one point when we were at like a picnic break, he paused and he was like, oh, check this out. There's a little walkway and there's a walkway to the picnic benches. And on either side of the walkway, you have the bushes, just like you see in this screen grab here. You just have a little bit of the leaves or like the branches or whatever you call these sticking out. And he pointed at every one of those little shoots of bushes. And on each of those branches, he's like, look at the very tip. And on each of the tips of the branches of the bushes, you would see a little dark speck. And those are the ticks. And like the moment you see it, you can't unsee it, right? And I was like, holy Christ. So you're telling me like the entirety of this bush, every one of these bushes had ticks just waiting on the edge of these shoots. And apparently they use like the static to latch onto your clothes or whatever. So once you brush past it, that's how they'll latch onto you. And then they love to go for your crotch. So the guides were joking. It's like, you got to check your balls, okay? Because those ticks love to latch onto there. And obviously, once a tick gets onto you, or not obvious, but I guess once they start if they bite you, you have to be crazy because the tick's head gets like buried into your skin. So oftentimes what ends up happening is if you're not careful and you try to remove the tick, that you might end up leaving the tick's head embedded inside your skin. So you might think you got rid of the bug, but literally you ended up just chopping the head off. But the head is so embedded in your skin that it's now under your skin. And that's how that's how you can end up with like really bad diseases or infections, because you left part of the bug's body inside of you. So yeah, that's why you have to be very careful if you have a tick bite, that you have to make sure the entire tick is removed. And so the guides, because they live out there, they're just like, yeah, you know what? When you remove the tick, you just end up removing a bunch of your skin as well. So it's like it's a foregone conclusion that they end up just, having to dig into their own skin and ripping off a chunk of flesh. So, God. But yeah, I you know what? I didn't have a single tick bite. As far as I can tell, I didn't end up with a single one throughout this 10 days plus that I was there. But the moment he showed me that these ticks are everywhere, like every one of these bushes has it, I was like, holy crap. Like, yeah. Not a good feeling. I wish he didn't show me that, is what I'm trying to say. Fed says, you take a white t-shirt or cloth and drag it on those branches, you will collect hundreds of ticks. Yeah, oh, God. I grew up on an island in Norway, so we had ticks everywhere, so I know the technique to remove the head well. Yeah, I did look into this, by the way. Not the techniques, but there are different equipment that you can use to remove the ticks safely. So I might actually invest in that the next time I go on one of these parks. Because, listen, I'm a baby when it comes to these things, okay? I don't want to deal with all that craziness. Yeah, so this is the rest of the trip. Got some nice sightings. Like I was mentioning earlier, I'm at this park when it's in their low season. It's like rainy season. This is why we were doing the training, because obviously in the high season, these guides are busy guiding, right? Like the tourists are there, so they would all be busy during the high season. But in this low season, usually that also means tourists aren't showing up as frequently because the sightings aren't what you expect. So it means more of these guides are available for training. So that's why it's timed that way. So we were at this Tarangire National Park, beautiful park, by the way, but it's also at a time when most of the animals have left the park. They go to different locations for whatever reasons. So, and also there's no tourists and all that kind of stuff. Anyways, so we go here when it's quiet so we can do the training. However, it means that it's much more challenging to get a lot of awesome sightings. So there's a trade-off there in terms of like, okay, we can do the training properly, but we might not have good sightings. So we got a little bit lucky here and there with some crazy sightings. Like we got to see this rock python literally wrap itself around a dead antelope, I think. And it was just a crazy thing, like, to be able to witness, because the rock python is Africa's largest snake, apparently. I didn't realize. And it was just such a unique experience. But it wasn't like we get to see these crazy moments of like a bunch of lions all the time and leopards and whatever else. Fed says, get a tick pincher. It makes it a lot easier. Yeah, I think I saw that online. And never dress in white or light fabrics. Yeah, I did. That was one thing that's been ingrained in me, is like, you know, wearing bright clothing as well as black. So the tsetse flies are super attracted to dark fabric, like the black clothing. And then I guess, yeah, ticks and other bugs might be attracted to the white and light fabrics. So generally speaking, when you're doing these safaris, they always say not to wear like white and black clothing. That's why you also see a lot of these safari guys, even in this footage here, they tend to wear that kind of beige, brownish, tannish coloring, because it's not so reflective, it's not so bright. It's a bit more also in the vibes of the surrounding nature as well. But it doesn't attract the bugs as much as the other clothing does. This is really cool. This is at one of their sunset decks. So we did a bunch of trainings. It was so fun. It was really cool that I get to be a teacher. Like, I'm not necessarily the best instructor. I don't have the best technical knowledge. I'm not the best, like, yeah, there's better teachers for sure. But I've really started to thrive putting on the hat of instructor. I really enjoy at least sharing my knowledge to the best of my ability, especially when we're going out here and shooting and like getting people to practice stuff and having fun with everyone. It's been such a, I really love doing this. I hope I can do more of these types of like workshops going forward. But yeah, here we were just practicing where for sunset, I wanted everyone to practice a little bit of like sunset shooting. So instead of going on a Jeep safari, I figured let's go out into the sunset deck, use a bit of practice with like people to see what it's like to shoot doing like backlight photography, right? So when you've got the sun behind the subject, what does that do in terms of darkening your subject? What does that do to your ISO? What does it do to all the different settings? How does your like photo end up turning out? So yeah, it was really cool to help them by doing these things. And so yeah, we got to go onto some of these decks. So I was filming a lot of the behind the scenes to kind of show what's happening. I think one of those moments should be coming up here. Yeah, so this is one of those shots. You know, obviously I was focusing on video mostly, but yeah, just got some good captures here and there. This was cool.
Baby. No, your scops and your pearl spotted and white face.
This is the pearl spotted owlet. I think he called it the pearl spotted white something owlet, but yeah. It was really cool. At the lodge, you just like, as we're walking back to the rooms, you know, there's just like wildlife everywhere. I'll never get tired of that. I do get tired of the bugs everywhere, but I don't get tired of the fact that you're literally out in nature. You will hear the sounds of the lions outside your camp, or the elephants going by, or whatever animals. Just like, it's like constant, and it's like such a crazy feeling that you're literally one with nature in some ways. So yeah, I definitely don't get tired of that. Having these owls just like, you know, right above you as you're walking past.
Are tiny.
This elephant waved at us. Get a little high. Very cool stuff. Yami says, my God, the lion is scary. Yo, BC, you're on a 10 stream streak. You had to wait 2 months to hit that 10 streak. So I appreciate the patience, man. Thanks for always watching. Yami's asking, how far away were you? It was pretty far, to be honest. There was some moments where it's, I have the behind the scenes, actually. I can show you. I can literally show you. Bum, bum, bum. Where would this be? Acilia. Ooh, you guys want to see? I just put this together. You guys will get the inside scoop. I'm actually kind of proud of this because I put this together in like literally in like half an evening. But because Acilia asked if I can make like a quick little montage video for them for like some internal stuff. So I took one of the interviews that I did of the main guide. Let's see. Let's just let it play. I think it should work. Again, it's not my best work, and I'm going to keep improving it, but I thought it was pretty decent.
I think for Asilia starting this special photography training is, first, is kind of revolutionary, and second, it's so important because photography, as we know, it's what most of the guests want. They want to take pictures or videos of wildlife.
So just a quick little reference there. These were just some of the photos that the guides took. So of course, like my focus was just showing like, you know, I'm training the guides, but also like check out the awesome photos that they were able to make, right? So this is a shot from one of the guides, Kaduku, of the East African crane in flight. This was a cool shot by Agostino of like a frontal shot of this elephant with the ears flared as it was pretty close up. And you can see the water coming through the trunk there. It's like cool capture. Yami says that bird is majestic. Yeah, this was one of my favorite shots from these workshops because he got a nice clean shot of the crane in flight, eye level, side view, like, you know, just like perfect leveling. There's interesting stuff in the background, so it's not like a boring, just like only seeing some, you know, blue sky or whatever. You can actually see a bit of the trees and the horizon, and yeah, so it's like it's a crazy moment to get some animal shot like this very close up. So well done by him. I did all the editing, like the color grading stuff, but like their goal was not necessarily to learn editing stuff. It was more getting the capture in the moment. So yeah, he got a nice moment here. The next one, I was mentioning the elephant shot was really cool. This one was nice because it's blurry, but like, so basically it was fun because after each safari, and then usually by the next day, because it took me so much time to have to go through this. I think this is why I ended up with 25,000 photos, right? But I would have to go through all of their photos after each safari, process it, put it on my computer. I got zero sleep because of this. But when I had time, I would try to quickly highlight some of the best shots from the safaris. And so this is a cool one because I wanted to show them that having blurry shots or having slow shutter speed is not necessarily always the worst thing. Because you can get these moments where if you're able to track the motion of your subject, if you are able to line up your camera and you move with your subject at the same speed, you can get those shots where like the subject is nicely focused and sharp, and then everything around the subject is nice and blurry. Kind of like those car, like F1 shots or NASCAR shots or whatever. You can do that in wildlife as well. So I think he did a really good job here. And I was like, look, I think sometimes having the blurriness adds to the effect. You obviously know this is an action moment. So having things be a bit blurry can actually amplify the message you want to convey. So BC says, what a photo. And I'm in ads, by the way. Oh, well, thank you for watching the ads. I'm taking my time here, but thank you very much, BC. Here, let me type that in the Twitch side. Thank you for watching the ad. Dollar bills. Yeah, thanks, BC. I was just saying I appreciate it. But yeah, so anyways, this is a really cool shot. So yeah, I just wanted to share some of the top shots in this quick little workshop video. This is from Kaduku again, and I wanted to mix in some landscape shot here. I just got really lucky when I was playing with my presets where I ended up really liking how this backdrop looked with the coloring. So I kept this in. Then this is a shot from JC. He was part of the second batch, and he was really passionate. Man, you could tell right away. He stood out as like, when we were having lunch breaks and whatever, everyone else is just chilling, laughing it up, eating their food. He'd be like off on his own with his camera, pointing it at every single bug he can see or at like the leaves. And I really appreciated his passion. It was like very, very apparent. And so anyways, he took this really cool shot where you can see these two bugs were caught in the spider's web. And off in the background, you can see the little bit of a blurry capture of the spider itself. I just saw something just popped through. What was it? What was it? Man, I need to fix my thing so I can see notifications. Oh, Dejox. Is that what it? Yeah, Dejox too. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Yo, I appreciate the support. This is my first day back, so it's great. I'm glad people are finding me worthwhile to watch after I've been gone for 2 months. So thank you very much. I appreciate it super, super much. Much. Thank you. Wrong screen. Oh, my bad. I hit the wrong thing. Was it playing the starting soon thing? Wait, were you guys not able to hear me then? My bad. Okay, well, I'll just repeat myself very quickly. But thank you, Ami, for correcting my rookie mistake. Listen, first stream back after 2 months, all right? That's going to be my excuse for the next 2 months. Yeah, so I was saying, like, he was definitely locked in, Yami. And I relate to that level of, like, just intensity of it. But it's not to say the other guides weren't passionate or anything like that. It was just that he had that extra level of it. And it was just one of those things where you could tell he had, like, some people have an eye for certain moments, right? And he had that eye for these moments. He just happened to have the eye for, like, finding these small little moments and then blowing it up into a nice moment, a big moment. So while everyone else was, like, relaxing, he was just, like, finding these cool little captures. So this one to me was fantastic. I did, again, for all these photos, I was the one who ended up recomposing or editing. So, don't blame them if you don't end up liking the final results. But as far as the capture, he got this nice shot of these two bugs it was nice. There's a sequence of these shots. This is the one I just ended up choosing, where it almost looks like these two bugs are lovers and they're caught in a web, literally, right? And I don't know how to put the right words to the emotion I feel from this shot, but it's just kind of crazy to see in the distance the spider, you know, looming in the distance there. So you know that these two bugs, these lovers, limited time, okay? They don't have much time to go through their lover's quarrel or whatever is happening to them. But yeah, they're caught in this, like, you know, final embrace when the inevitable is about to reach them. So really cool shot, a lot of emotion that comes through with this capture. So yeah, anyways. All right, what was the next one? This was from Maggie. So really cool thing, by the way, with Maggie, because you can imagine, maybe you can't imagine, but there's not many female guides. It's like, yeah. And Acilia, I think they're known for being one of the best when it comes to, you know, like hiring these female guides, but also training them, like, you know, not just the female guides, but they do such a good job of like investing time and money into training all of their guides, right? Like months long endeavor for this every year. And so anyways, I was really happy I got to meet Maggie, because it's just a different perspective. You don't get to meet a lot of female guides because there's still a lot of, you know, it's just, there's a lot of different, what do you call it, stigma and expectations or perceptions of, like, you know, who can be a guide, what it requires. So it's just nice. I got to interview her and every other guide, but just to understand her perspective as being like, literally, it's so obvious. Like it's the elephant in the room, if you will. It's like, okay, you are not like the others. So what made you decide to go down this route, and how has the experience been? So all that kind of stuff. Anyways, so Maggie was there. She took this shot. I couldn't tell you why I liked this shot, besides, like, I think it was nice composition, and with the lens that was used, and like the framing of this I keep mixing up antelopes and gazelles, but yeah, having this shot here, it was nice close up, good capture, good focus. So yeah, I ended up sticking with this one to show here. This is a hyena walking straight on, and I thought this was one of the best shots, where literally getting the shot almost perfectly of having this kind of head to toe straight line, ears flared, both looking forward in a nice little balanced way. Yami says it's so expressive. Yes, hyenas. Yes, always hyenas are amazing. I got some cool captures of hyenas even on that first trip with the CNN. I got a nice side angle shot when the hyena is walking from right to left, and we were moving the vehicle at the same speed. So when I was filming, you get that nice parallax feeling, or you get to track the hyena as it was like running forward, and the grass is passing by him and all that. Really cool moment. I was happy with it. Dejax says this photo is really cool. Thank you very much, Dejax. And thanks. It's your first time chatting. All right, I appreciate it. Thanks for joining in. This was a cool capture from the last workshop from Daniel, and yeah, we just had this moment where the hyena was walking down the road straight to our cars. So very, very lucky happenstance and all that. And he happened to get the best shot, in my opinion, of this hyena, where it was posing correctly. And yeah, it's just a nice balanced shot. All right, next one. This is from Augustino again. But yeah, we had this cool shot of this giraffe. I did some colorful edits to it, and I kind of did this like muted editing. So a little bit darker, a bit more monochrome or monotone, I guess. Yeah, and I wouldn't be able to explain why sometimes I make the creative decisions that I do, but I quite liked this framing. I like the foreground where you get a bit of vignetting, and you got this foreground bush that's kind of blurring everything over in this bottom right. So it kind of feels like there's some distance between you and the subject, but it also allows you to feel like you're kind of hidden away, peeking in on this majestic creature. And then the giraffe, just the way it was posing, I kind of centered, or I positioned the giraffe more to the left, but then having space as it's looking over to the right. So yeah. Yeah. Anyways, how was that? Okay, so let's rewatch this, because I was really proud of this little piece of work that I put together.
I think for Acilia, starting this special photography training is first is kind of revolutionary, and second, it's so important because photography, as we know, it's what most of the guests want. They want to take pictures or videos of wildlife. This specific training is crucial because for the first time, guides can be on the other side, behind the camera, understanding what the photographer or a guest want, how does he want it, why they want it the way they want it, and then when they go back to guide and drive for them, they will put themselves in that position where they were during this training and understand more. Of course, it's important to understand also the technicality of photography, but it's mostly to expose them for the first time as something that they've seen only the guests doing, and they are expected to, you know, to guide them without necessarily knowing what's happening. This training is aimed to, you know, develop that part of the skill of the guide.
And there you go. Quick little video. It's like just over a minute long. But hopefully they like it. And I, you know, as now I'm back and I spend time reviewing all the footage, I'll need to start making more content, right? For you guys, for my channel, everything. But yeah, I have so much stuff to go through. Also, shout out to, there was a couple that was there for a couple days, Tommy and Diana. And so they were doing, basically Acilia hired them to capture some of the behind the scenes footage for the 2 days that they were in the camp. So some of these shots came from them. So like this was from Tommy and Diana. What else? These shots here, this is from Tommy and Diana. Yeah, so like some of these shots where you see them, like these ones are from them. So it was nice that I was able to finally, oh my God, this is why I'm like, I'm still jealous of this. I cannot wait until the day I have like a proper, I'm part of a proper crew, okay? Where someone's able to capture behind the scenes of each other. Because like it makes such a difference when you have someone being able to take footage of you in the moment. Because obviously then it helps with storytelling. So like to be able to have good footage of me when I'm doing the training or doing the workshop, it just makes it that much easier for me to like put a quick video together. Like, yeah, like look at this shot. I was really happy. Like, man, this is so impressive. This shot he took, but nice and cinematic. But yeah, man, if I didn't have this, if I was just on my own, you know, it's you end up being a bit lacking with your final product. So anyways, so that's from the Tanzania trip. So where was I before? I was going to show you guys Uganda. All right, let's keep going then. So this is the shoebill swamp. I keep saying shoebill swamp. Shoebill stork in the swamp, Mabamba swamp. And these were all captured with that Osmo Nano. So again, this became like a really fun tool for me. Like in terms of cameras that I want to use on my trips now, this is like at the top of the list of like, I need to always make sure I have this camera. So you can see a little bit of like that behind the scenes. What exactly is my experience? What does it look like? So again, my goal here was not to capture more of the stork. You know, hopefully I can get some moments, but I was using lenses focused on just trying to get some nice shots of my guests doing their thing. Oh yeah, actually, even yeah, in this case, I let Fiona borrow my 400 2.8 lens. So I was using the 70 to 200 so I can get some behind the scenes of them, and she was using my 400 2.8. And look at it, I'm saying this like I'm very glad, I gladly do this because I want them to end up with the best captures possible. It like speaks well to my tours anyways. But yeah, it's nice to see someone feeling excited by what they end up producing from a trip that they joined because of me. But oh yeah, sorry, Yami, you had asked me earlier. That's why I was on Tanzania. Yami, you had asked me how close was I to the lion. Okay. Well, listen. In case it's been a while since you've seen my last stream, right? 2 months at least. I tend to be, what is it? ADHD brained, right? So I get distracted and I forget what I was supposed to be doing. So you had asked me about, if you're still here, I don't know if you're still here, but either way, I'll make sure to go through it. You had asked how close was I to the lions, well, the one that was roaring in the video I just played. Where is it? Oh shoot, now it's gone, isn't it? So I'm just saying So, okay, that moment right there, I have literally the behind the scenes of that exact same moment. Which day would it be? It's one of these earlier days. Maybe this day? Yeah, okay. So that was that lion shot. So then it should be here somewhere. Yeah, okay. So, Yami says, I'm here. All right, well, I'm glad you're here. Thanks for your patience. I'm answering your question like 30 minutes later. Fed says, Yobel clad in tick attracting arm clothing. Yo, I was doing all the wrong things, okay? I know better now. Technically, what I was wearing, I'm not even allowed to wear. I don't know about Tanzania, but in Uganda, I know you're not allowed to wear camouflage, technically speaking. But once you're in the national parks, no one cares there. But I do have to be mindful and careful about that. Because I think it's like not, I don't know if I'll go so far as to say it's illegal, but I do know that you're not allowed to.
3 to 500 is okay. It's still low lights, but
So this is early morning. The first group had found the lions in advance. We were stuck somewhere else with the elephants. So we finally caught up with them. So it's still early in the morning. Sunrise is still kind of, the tail end of it's still there. You can kind of see in the sky. We're just catching up.
go to the left. Try to get some shots of the Jeep with the lion in the back. Slowly, slowly. Yep. Keep going. Slow, stop. 1 second.
I really, you know what? Maybe it's worth the investment of getting one of those ND filter to drop in. Because it is kind of annoying that I have to like, when I'm in filming mode, I have to like usually jump up my aperture to like f16 or something. Fed says with big bazooka looking Nikon glass. Yeah. But Fed, I really want that 120 to 300 lens from Nikon. I'm going to have a chat with Nikon, see what it takes to get my hands on that. But I wonder if because I don't know the price tag, right? It can't be cheap, but it can't be more expensive than the 400. So I don't know. There might be a world where I have to sell my 400 so I can get that 120 to 300. Okay.
Let's just get a lion shot.
But yeah,
Okay.
now you guys can see
let's go.
all of the behind the scenes.
Yeah. Yeah, let's focus on the lion standing right now, and then we'll work on the lion resting later.
So there's like one, I don't know if you guys can see, there's one lion closer to the Jeep but farther away, and then there are two lions over on the left. There's one female and two males. The one alone all the way on the right is like the dominant male.
You go left and then turn right. Yeah. And then this way. Just copy them. Yeah. Okay, stop.
So Yami, we did end up getting closer. So I think the moment that you saw where the lion was roaring, I think we had moved our Jeep closer to this bush over here at that point. Oh yeah, so right now there's two lion. The lion couple is over on the right, and then the non-dominant male is resting closer to the Jeeps right now. My God, these lions, all they did was mate. I think I filmed at least 5 to 7 different times where they end up mating. So I have a lot of footage and photos of them doing it all throughout nature. Because I think what happened recently, I think they had killed another male. Oh yeah, so there was a different, what do you call it, like the alpha male. I think these two brothers or these two males killed the alpha. I might be mixing it up. Okay, you know what? Take everything always. Ignore everything I said. Fed says, one issue I did not notice clearly enough when shooting. Whenever I shot at 14 to 16 aperture, my sensor at some point got a couple of dust particles on it, so I have a lot of shots with those. Interesting. I guess it becomes more apparent, yeah.
Okay, she's standing. All right, quiet, guys.
So I was doing a bit, I was testing different types of autofocus boxes. So here I was using that like long horizontal focus box, and it worked quite well for, I ended up using it quite a bit, especially on the drives, this kind of like long horizontal style. Hold on, let's, all right, let me fast forward. I'm pretty sure we ended up moving. So if you guys want to see what it's like, me being the instructor, what do I say here? Where's the audio? Fed says, yeah, at F16, everything is in focus.
You have
Yeah.
to hit OK to bring it here.
Man, these project timelines are so heavy. It's definitely taxing on my Mac Studio.
Once you have the lion, press this button.
Yeah, I do.
So I think for this group, I was teaching them about like back button focus.
Right now, go the lowest. So you were at F10.
Yeah.
Bring it to F5.6. Otherwise, too bright.
Yeah, so I taught them at this point around like things like back button focus. We were shooting in full
2000?
manual. I think I had them shooting in manual except for ISO. So I had auto ISO for like one of the days, and then I forced them to do everything
We're
manual.
320.
So shooting ISO manual, shutter speed, aperture, everything.
ISO 1250 is okay.
And then I was teaching them about using the histogram. It was so much fun. It was so much fun. I think I don't mind being a teacher kind of a thing. Fed says, you tend to get some diffraction too, making the whole image softer despite being in focus, but I like the way that the lens I use look with a bit of diffraction. Gotcha. I like shooting in those wide, like F16 narrow apertures for like sunsets. You get that like nice sun ray effect, right?
Okay, so right now, the line in the back is good because it's open, but it's too far. This line is close, but too much grass. So this is where I need to hear from the guide if it's like, okay, we can cross to there, or we can't cross because it'll make the line move. But yeah.
Okay, I don't know why the audio is a bit scratchy. Let's see. So yeah, basically at some point here, we make the decision to drive. So you can see we're driving closer. So we cross over these guys, which you normally should not do. So we shouldn't block their view. But we had discussed it with them beforehand. So now we move closer. So yeah, so Yami, finally I can answer your question a day later. But this is where, this was the distance. So that roaring that happened at some point when it happened, I think we had stayed
Now the
parked
lines
here
are
the whole
coming.
time. So where this lion is chilling, I think that's where the male lion that's approaching right now eventually sat down around there and roared at us. So it's like, it's not too far, but it's also not like super close, right? So when you compare like, okay, I can literally even match the moment it happens. Let's see. So I don't know if this was the moment, but you can see here I'm recording something that looks similar to what you see on my Instagram stories, right? So you got the lion chilling here, covered in the grass. So that right there was like that distance, right? Let's see if I can find that exact moment. I guess I can find it in the sound waves, right? If it loads. But yeah, I hopefully that answered your question. I'm just belaboring the point a little bit as I'm watching this. Yami says it'll be too close for comfort for me. Man, if you think this is too close, you said what happens if they charge at you and the truck gets stuck or something? No, lions don't necessarily do that. As far as I know, I don't think that's ever happened. You have to be more careful with elephants. Elephants will charge. I have a few of those on camera, even from this workshop. So that one you have to make sure to give it space. When else does it happen? Cheetahs will jump on the Jeeps, although technically it's not allowed. Like you're depending on the national park you're in, I think. But some of these cheetahs, they just love to jump onto the Jeep for the warmth. So sometimes I think they do it for the warmth, like the heat coming off from the Jeep, so they'll rest on the trunk or on the roof. Other times they jump on there for a higher vantage point so they can overlook the savannah and trying to find their prey, stuff like that. But cheetahs, I don't think there's ever, I believe they say there's not even a single recorded incident ever of a cheetah attacking or killing a human. So you never have to worry there. Lions, I think when they see a Jeep, they view it as like one big animal. So like they don't attack individuals inside the Jeep. If you step out of the Jeep, then it's like they switches from like seeing one big blob animal into like, oh, that's a human on its own. And so that's why you're not supposed to step out of a vehicle, because if you're in the vehicle, you're just viewed as a big vehicle animal. So yeah. But yeah, so now that I have this action camera, I've got a lot of, and then I have the 360 camera, which I still need to spend so much time going over because I have way too much content there. You know what? Wait, do I have it? Okay, maybe I'm not prepared for today to do it. I was going to say I should open up the DJI 360 Studio. I think it's called like DJI Studio or something. I was going to see if I can just show you guys that chimpanzee when it attacked me, and we can watch it on the 360 together. But I don't think I have that downloaded on this computer. Yeah, so we'll do it tomorrow. We'll do it on the next stream. But I want to spend time and show you guys like literally frame by frame when that one chimp like lunged at me. And I've got the camera angle from my 360 camera. I've got it from my Osmo Nano hat camera. I've got it on my ZR as well. I filmed a bit of it before I turned my body away. So we got all these different video vantage points of when it attacked me. Very, very crazy. Not like threatening by any means, but it was definitely... So yeah, Yami, when you say too close for comfort, that was probably the closest encounter I've had where it felt threatening. But yeah. So yeah, we had these experiences going through the swamp. Then we did our first chimp trek. I haven't had time to really color grade or edit any of these, so that's I guess the task for the coming days and weeks. But yeah, we got a bit of captures of some chimpanzees, close-ups. This one was just lounging. Oh, you know what the craziest thing, by the way? I'll have to dedicate the title of my stream, the future ones, when I focus on the chimp stuff. I'll have to make it about the Civil War. But did any of you guys hear about that chimp civil war? It was like viral. It was like on the news for a while, like social media and stuff. But apparently there's like a civil war that's been brewing amongst the chimps. And while I was there, not in the moment, like I think the day or two afterwards, there was an incident where the chimps got into a massive brawl, and they call it a war because they were like savagely killing each other. And it was like two of these factions of chimps that went, ape shit, pun intended, right? and started just going crazy, and it made global headlines because of like it was so viral. It was like, what? You're saying like these chimps are having civil wars in the midst of all the human wars that are happening? Now we got to know about these chimps doing it. But yeah, it was in the same forest that I was trekking in. It was just with a different chimp group. I think they were being studied by some university students, like for research purposes. And so these chimps went crazy. But yeah, how crazy is that? I was literally in that park when all of that was happening. Fed says, hold on. Fed says much closer in real life, considering how wide the nano is. Yeah, that is true. I guess, yeah, perception wise, it is actually a bit closer. You tend to get you might also get a glow with some lenses. Yeah. Wait a second, this is not the nano, is it? No, that was the nano. The shot I was showing before was with the nano hat camera. Fed says tigers like to jump up. I have never had that happen before. But man, India, the only problem I have with India is like the national parks there. It's just way too... They need more regulation in India is what I would say. It's just like overcrowded, overly crowded. Like the number of Jeeps that they allow going into the parks, how packed it ends up being. It's just, it almost borders on, I don't know if unethical is the right word, but it's definitely, and it's not just India, by the way. Like even, we were chatting, but it's like a lot of these parks in Tanzania, then Serengeti, in Kenya, South Africa, there's just a lot of like, it's just, it's not good for everyone. It's not good for anyone when you allow too many Jeeps into the park and they're overcrowding everything. It ruins the experience for everyone, obviously. It could be a bit more, you might be adding a bit too much disturbance to nature as well. So like, I think the approach that is taking place for gorilla and chimp treks should be what's applied to some of these parks, especially the popular ones, where I think you need to put a bit of a premium on the permits to be able to attend or to be there, or to even maybe like restrict the number of guests that are inside the park at any given time. Because like, my God, when I was in India, it was like insane, the number of Jeeps everywhere, crowded. It's like, yeah, it's a bit much. So anyways, Fed says, I have seen documentaries about chimp civil wars, not this recent one though, and the treatment of the elephants is really bad. Yeah, I don't think that's definitely not just an India thing. I think I've heard stories in Thailand, in Sri Lanka, although it seems like a lot of these countries have started to push back on that, or like, add some regulation or like ban some of those like really bad treatment that's happening. Okay, so as we're winding out, let me see if I can find that actual footage of the chimp that attacked me. That must have been, I was shooting at maybe 60 frames per second. Let's see if we can find it. 50 or 60? I did film some of that Pidgeotech backpack here and there, but I didn't get to do the concept I mentioned of like the point of view shots everywhere. Where are you? Must be in the 50 frames. Okay, so it's in here somewhere. So let's kind of go through each of them. Fed says, yeah, not just in India, yeah, for sure. Yami says they are learning from humans. What, the Civil War stuff? Yeah. What better teacher for that, Yeah, so we got some really cool shots of these chimps here and there. I need to obviously do all the color grading and stuff like that, but sometimes these shots end up looking really nice, and I couldn't tell you why. So I think I need to, there's a lot more learnings I have to go through to figure out how to do that always. But yeah, there's clearly a lot of color grading I still need to do. This is just, I think I had it set to the same temperature, like 5600 Kelvin and I haven't really touched these files yet, besides doing the color space transformation. So once we dig into these, deep dive and start color grading them, hopefully we end up with some really proper cinematic captures. So that was the one chimp that was just kind of lounging. Then there's a few moments where I did get some like nice, yeah, so even here where the chimp walks past you. Really fun stuff. So hopefully this means that on my action camera, so I had the Osmo 360 running, I have my Action 6 and my Nano, I think, running mostly. So hopefully that means between those cameras, I will always have some interesting angles of those encounters. Let's see. I should probably turn down the audio on this one. Oh yeah, this is a cool moment. I think I have a bunch of angles of this as well. Let's see how it looks. Oh wait, no, this is not it. There's like a moment where... Let's find it. So it was kind of fun. So I was shooting with two Nikon ZRs. I think for one of the treks, I had the 85mm 1.2 attached to one of the cameras, and then I had the 35mm 1.2 on the other one. So basically I was trying to do a mix of like getting a little bit of portrait captures with the 85 and then mixing in with the 35 for some nice like wide angle when it gets close. 70-200 is still probably the best all-around lens to use, but for the chimps. But the new 120-300, if I get my hands on that one, that is perfect for these chimp and gorilla treks. My god, how do I convince them? It's always so surreal when these chimps like walk past you. And the cool thing is like the guides, they're like super chill. They're like just you can follow very close to the chimps, right? These chimps are habituated. They're very, very accustomed to humans. And as long as you're not being like, you know, being aggressive or something. Yeah, they're like constantly telling me, hurry up, you can catch up to them and walk with them. But, you know, keep a distance somewhat, but you'll see like how close I end up getting to them at times. And these guys are like, yeah, it's fine. All right, so here it stopped. Let's see. There's a few times where maybe it's this chimp. One of the chimps basically like lunges at me briefly. And of course the main one that I showed briefly also, that was like the worst of it. But there's a few times where I think it like kind of got annoyed by me for sure. Fed says, chimp suddenly turning as to say, you a bit close for comfort, Mr. Yobel. Yeah. But this is what I'm saying, like, because this is not the first time I've done one of these, right? The guides are just like, look, you're fine. You're fine. You know, Now, there's a caveat to that, right? Which is what I'll explain when we get to the point where it like lunges at me. But generally speaking, like these chimps, even if they act annoyed with you, they're not like aggressive. As long as you're not doing something stupid. And I bordered on stupid for that one, the main part, but I'll explain why. And this is where shooting with, I don't know which lens I was using here. Oh yeah, see here, you can literally see I just took off the ND filter. And that's one thing I need to build something where I can magnetically attach my ND filter when I'm not using it. Because it's like, it was so hard, because now I'm literally carrying the ND filter in one hand as I'm filming at the same time. And because I don't want to put it in my pocket, I don't want to scratch the glass. So that was a bit frustrating. Oh yeah, so there's one moment there. So you can see there, it's like it did like so like I was roughly following it at the same distance almost throughout, like generally speaking, right? But here you can see that moment where it does that as it like sits down. It's like I almost feel like it's doing it. It almost feels playful. I say playful or like trolling. It feels a bit like it's a troll. Like it knows it's trying to freak me out briefly, but it's not actually like about to attack me or anything. But yeah, this is where shooting with the f1.2 aperture lens is so fantastic, because once you're in these forest environments, it can get super dark so quickly. Here, I think we were out in the open a little bit, so that's why I took that filter off. Oh yeah, so there's that second time, yeah? Jeez. Hold on, let's go back. Here, I want to turn up the volume. Because, so what I'll explain is, especially that third time when it lunged at me, the third time when it lunged at me, it was because I was actually farther away from the chimp at the time, but I stepped on a branch and I snapped the branch. And what the guide was explaining to me later on was that apparently chimps, they are intelligent enough that they know how to use tools. And one of the tools that they've evolved to learn or adapt to learn is attacking each other with sticks. So when the chimp heard the sound of that, the branch snapping when I stepped on it, it immediately just like thought that I was trying to, it like went into that mode of like, oh, it's picked up, you know, this human's picked up a stick to attack me with, right? So like like that branch sound is what it kind of triggered it to react the way it did. And here, I think similarly, each time it lunged, I think it's just because it's such a dense, like this location that we were going through was super dense. This is not always the case, but the path that this chimp was taking just happened to be very, very dense. So occasionally when I was walking, I would step on something that just makes a little bit too much noise. And so, yeah, whenever that would happen, it would kind of like startle the chimp. So definitely good to know for the future. Let me see. Will it play? Let's turn up the volume. See if I can increase the volume a bit. Let's reduce the resolution. Okay. Full screen it. So you hear that's, I don't know how well you guys can hear it, but there's like two moments where you hear like a loud sound in the background. And that was like, I think I was stepping on some branch there or like whatever. Right there. And right there. So, yeah, so Yami, when you talk about too close for comfort and Fed as well, those are definitely those moments where it's like, ooh, okay, well, speaking of. And then the third time was obviously the most intense. Let's see if we can get to it. It's so much fun filming, by the way. It's like such a challenge. It is so challenging. It's so difficult, especially with the way I'm traveling with all the random cameras sticking out of my body, where like it snags onto things. But yeah, breaking twigs and stuff, chimp. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to zoom out. And the number of spider webs I must have like walked through is like I don't want to know. The beautiful sound of my heavy breathing. Enjoy, guys. And to make it worse, look, I'm still very much out of shape. Although I did lose a little bit of weight, I think, from this past 2 months. But then 2, you're wearing that neck gaiter, so you literally have something covering your nose and your mouth, right? So it just makes it even just that little bit more difficult. God, I was so out of shape.
Yeah.
So again, between the ZR camera, the 360 camera, the Action 6, the hat camera, there's enough different angles that hopefully I'm able to put something nicely together. Fed says it would have behooved you to not use that electric scooter in Munich. I did use the bike more often eventually. But yeah, I actually did end up losing a bit of weight because I've been saying this for a while, but I was like, yo, I need to lose at least 5 kgs. So I love going on these trips because this is the best way for me to end up getting back some muscle mass and losing weight, because the way I travel is just like beyond intense. So that was good. But then my Tanzania trip, while I did, it's a bit of exercise here and there, carrying all this gear, but then you're mostly in a Jeep, and then they fed me so well, too well. Like every meal I was eating like 3 bowls of rice almost just on my own. So they fed me really well, which unfortunately meant that I wish they didn't feed me so well, I'm supposed to lose weight here. Fed says I was a bit out of breath the first days walking around filming in Spain as well for hours. Oh man, this is like me every day. It's kind of fun though. It's fun watching this angle because obviously it's very shaky or it's very like chaotic, but I think sometimes that can add a nice effect to the story. Although if I could do this over again, I definitely would have tried to put the focus point a little bit further ahead and not have it so close up to the camera so you can see what's happening. So, for example, I forget her name. Shoot, I wish I was better with names. I wrote it down somewhere. But she was, I think she's one of the head guides for the national park in Kibale. So this would be an example where it's like, I would love to, see if I can pitch this properly and make a documentary style where I can interview her, maybe a few other of the guides or rangers, and then, just like film and follow them as they're doing their job, right? So instead of trying to film the chimps as much, it'd be more like just showing them as they're guiding people, tourists over, showing how they go through the forest, what their day job entails, being near the chimps, all of that. I think, and then obviously capturing their voice as I record and interview them. So that's definitely something I want to do with the chimps as well. Jesus, it's bordering on embarrassing right now how heavy my breathing is. Jeez. You said, Fez, especially when out in the national forest and places like that, the terrain makes it a lot more punishing. Yeah, and especially, again, the way I travel, it's like I'm carrying... On one of these treks, I had my 400 millimeter attached to my body, plus my 85 or 35 on the side holster with all the other cameras and a side bag. And then usually the porter takes care of the rest, thankfully. But it's especially in this kind of terrain where there's no like paths. You're watching literally like, sometimes you have a little bit of path, like here there's an opening, but a lot of times you're literally just cutting through the underbrush and like just trying to forge your own path. Okay, I think it's coming up here. Okay. So we're seconds away from the moment the chimp attacks me. I think because it takes time for the rendering, it will watch in slow motion. Hopefully I can rewatch it where it's in real time. Okay, I did say seconds away. I was clearly wrong, but I think it's coming up seconds from now. Fed says, yeah, the breathing sucks, especially if you want to use the audio too. I had to remove so much audio from some of the footage I shot and just replace it with archival stuff. Well, the good news is I think I was also running a microphone. I had pinned a microphone to my vest, and I've got 3 other cameras running. So between those cameras, because you have to keep in mind, I'm shooting with the ZR right in front of my face. So the breathing sound is a bit more obvious, whereas like the hat camera, the 360, those guys were in different positions where I'm not too worried. I should be fine when it comes to the audio. But in this particular version of the ZR capture, yeah, it's like, my God, it's just my voice the whole time. Oh, also, I think I made a very much a rookie mistake. I could be wrong. I think this happened on this part of it as well. I had my shotgun microphone on, and I unfortunately, at some point of the trip, and I think it was after this one, I realized, like after this day or day after, I had the shotgun mic, the MED10 for the ZR, I had it set to rear mode, like an idiot. So it was focused on the audio coming from the rear of the camera. So I had mistakenly, foolishly, inadvertently filmed incorrectly. So it is definitely user error. And based on the sound of, I'm trying to tell, I can't tell exactly if maybe that's what was happening on this footage, but you can hear my voice you can hear my breathing pretty noticeably. And I don't feel like that was always the case on previous trips or previous moments. So I have a feeling that I might have actually been shooting with the rear microphone setup. So, yeah, that's user error.
Maybe moving front.
Yeah, I'm almost like, now that we said that, I think I'm like 80% positive that's what happened. Because you can even hear the guide's voice behind me, right? And she's not that far away from me, but she's like sometimes talking to people behind her. And you're hearing that voice pretty decently here. And that shouldn't be the case if I had set up, because I had the shotgun mic on, and if it had been set up properly where it was supposed to be pointing towards the front, all of that I don't think should have even been captured. So yeah, I think I had made that mistake. Were you shooting in H.265? I didn't think you could use the sound imaging when shooting red. Oh, okay. I'm not sure about that. No, I was shooting in red, but I'm talking about the shotgun mic itself. Like on the shotgun mic, you have different programs where you can shoot. Like I'm looking at it now. It's got like a rear mode. It's got a front mode. And then there's an all mode, right? So you choose between front, all, and rear. And I had accidentally had it switched over to the rear side. So yeah. Okay, now I mean it. We are seconds away from the moment where it lunges at me. I think right after it passes that tree up ahead, I think. Right here. All right, so that was it in real time. Well, let's play it again. I think. So so you hear that sound right before. So it's not as noticeable here, but basically I remember stepping on like a branch and like the branch snapping really loudly. So clearly you can see, in this freeze frame, the chimp was like startled in that just brief, like out of nowhere sharp snapping sound of the branch. And then it literally from where it's standing, you see it jumps super forward, like I think past the tree. And then it says, F you, how dare you make me freak out like that. And then it jumped all the way back at me. The desperate breathing in the branch got him spooked. Yeah. All right, here we go. All right, let's play that again as it's, I think, loading up properly. See, it like literally does that, and then it just like, literally not even a second later, it's just back to normal, right? So that's why it's like in reality, I think this is also why the guides themselves are very comfortable letting tourists like me get this close, right? I shouldn't, like I should probably in the future be a little bit further away, let's say, but I'm just following the lead of the guides and telling me like what I should or shouldn't do, and I think part of the reason they seem so lenient around like the proximity of walking with these chimps is because they know like these chimps, they are fully habituated and they do a lot of these trollish behaviors. Even like the first time I did a chimp trek, they would like barrel rush right towards you, like bum rush right towards you. And in a split second, they would, go left or right. So they do these things where they're very human-like, where they're kind of like intentionally trying to troll and be playful. So even here, I think that obviously the chimp was actually startled and it probably was pissed off at me, but it wasn't ever going to like actually attack me. It was just more just like giving me a very clear message of like, back the F off, I'm the boss here. So, All right, let's play that in slow motion if I can. Frame by frame. So roughly around here, I step on the branch. See the chimp freak out for a second. Jumps back. Literally does like a hop step. And then it used the tree to launch right at me. It was like so intense. Probably instinctive too at times when startled like this. Yeah, for sure. So then, man, but like the freeze frames here, like they're so epic. Like the chimp is just like, now it's just staring right into my soul, using the tree to then like launch itself forward. And like these 2 frames right here, oof. Coming right at me, boom, boom. My only regret is that I wish I filmed this in 120 frames per second. And unfortunately, all of this part, you know, he wasn't in focus, but which is fine because this is like obviously adds to the effect of it all. But my God, just even here, you can tell that the face was just like, it's almost demonic in the blurriness. So it did like one leap forward. It pushed that little I don't know what you call this. Like I guess a little bit of a tree. It pushes this little mini tree off to the side. Tries to get me. It doesn't hit me, obviously. And I just kind of stood in the same spot, but I shifted my body back a little bit, and then eventually I was twisting my body to the right. So I moved the camera away from it. But then here, after it missed with the initial launch, it then took another step and tried one more time to get at me. So here, when you see it's doing this thing here, it almost looks like from this point of view that it actually did hit me, but it didn't. And I remember looking at the 360 camera later, and it's like, yeah, but it was pretty close. But yeah. So then I turned my body away from the chimp, and then I went back, and you can see like just literally moments later, it's just like back to normal. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. But what an experience. That was definitely the most intense. Watch one more time. That could have been the end of me. That would have been the last content you guys would ever see from me, was in an alternate universe. I got mauled to death by this chimp. But yeah, so there you go. That was one of the coolest captures for sure that I had from this trip, but just overall, I would say. We got plenty more stuff that I need to go through. Like I said, very excited to be back, because just like the amount of moments that I was able to capture, yeah, very happy. ZR held up very well across the trips. Yeah, was there ever any issues I had with the cameras? I don't think so. Oh, well, there's one issue, but it was at one point, for some reason, it was showing that I couldn't film anymore. It's because I ran out of naming convention. So, like, I had set it so, like, each video clip is given a custom name with a bunch of random strings of everything. But apparently, I filmed so much that it literally ran out. It went all the way to 999 or whatever. And so, even though I had space on my memory card, it was showing I had 0 seconds left to film. So there's that one little thing that I don't know if you would call it a glitch, but it wasn't explained properly. I just had to I literally stumbled on the answer eventually, but there was like minutes where I couldn't figure it out. I swapped memory cards, that wasn't working, and it was just because I needed to turn off that naming convention feature because I had shot too much apparently. So this was a cool moment. This is the one I showed briefly where this baboon jumped onto the hood of the Jeep.
I need my 35 lens for this.
He has a shaved ass.
Uh,
I just want him to chant.
wow, what a unique angle.
What was I shooting this with?
Does he think there's food? Yeah, that's great.
Where are you going to? Have you food?
What do they want? What kind of food?
Yeah, like because it's a road, it's a public road. Some bad people always feed them with bananas and bread. That's all he thinks.
He's gonna be so upset. It's hilarious.
So at some point I stuck my body out of the car through the side window to get a shot without the windshield in the way. Fez says, did you do the newest firmware update before you went using that? It's near infinite. No, did I? Well, can you elaborate more? Oh, wait, did I miss a few things? To get slower motion. Yeah, what do you mean by near infinite? We're talking about the focal distance or what?
He's too smart.
I thought I had updated my cameras beforehand, but I'm not sure. This is like, I remember, oh, Fed says, the name scheme of the files, they fix it. Okay, maybe, I'll have to double check that. But I just remember, like, my God, it definitely killed some moments where, because I was struggling. I switched out memory cards. I thought maybe I ran out of space. Yeah, I'll have to double check. Xskill Campat asked, what camera bodies do you run? First time chatting, Xskill Campat. Thank you very much for being here. I usually, well, not you. I say usually as if I've done it a lot. I now shoot with Nikon ZRs if possible. So I work with Nikon in the Middle East African region. Yo, speaking of which, thank you very much, Xskill Campat. Campat. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Xskill Campat. Thank you very much for the follow. Just found you. Never knew there were fellow photographers here on Twitch. Yes, there's a decent group. Listen, because it should be. I should do this more often. Does the commands work? I've been traveling for the past 2 months, so I don't know if any of my things work anymore. Because I don't even know. Yeah, so I can't even type that in. If you can look through my channel and find my Discord link, you should definitely join my Discord. because then it'll be notified every time I stream. I do try to stream every day now that I'm back. I've been traveling for the past 2 months. I went to 3 different countries, and I had about 25,000 photos and 20 terabytes worth of footage from the trips. So I'm doing a lot of catch-up mode here. This is my first stream back since since mid-March, I guess, or beginning March. But thank you for being here. There is definitely a photo community out there. There's someone you should follow named Maple Glades, and he has a Discord community where you can join, and it's a bunch of photographers and others that are involved. So yeah, I started streaming back in like August of last year, July, August, at least testing it, right? So I was just trying to see what it takes to do live streams and all that. And yeah, all I do usually on my streams is edit photos and videos. I've been shifting more towards filmmaking and cinematography in the past couple years. So most of my time, I tend to try to focus in that direction. And so what you see on my streams, usually I'll be using that time to edit my YouTube videos. So like my vlogs or some of the other content, I'll work with you guys. People in the chat will come in and give feedback or advice, and it's always useful. So I just kind of chill doing some photo and video edits. Right now, I'm just showing some of the footage from my past trips. So this was in Uganda. I took a few photographers with me. I do a lot of organized tours. So I bring people with me on trips. Right now, I focus mostly on Uganda. So you can join me on like gorilla, chimpanzee treks, that kind of stuff. So this is just some of the footage I had captured, and I was just kind of walking through it, as we're here. Xgill says, will do. I mainly just stream gaming here, but thinking more on film review, photo edits. Yeah, listen, absolutely. We need to build this into a large niche, okay? That would be, oh my God, come on, let's make it a thing. But yeah, it's definitely fun for me because I would be using this time anyways to edit my photos and videos. I'm way behind. I've got like a year's worth of travels to like a dozen countries, and at this point now it's over 100 terabytes of footage to go through. So Fed says, with the new scheme, it will run making new names forever, basically. I think that's the scheme I was using, man. I'm pretty sure that's what I was using, because even on this, when you look at these clips here, you see the naming convention. Well, I guess you might not be able to read it, but here it says A003 underscore C587 underscore 04055B. Okay? Because I had chosen I went down the whole string of like, getting the naming files to be unique. And for whatever reason, I ran into the moment where it just, I hit a wall. But yeah, probably user error. Xskill says, I'm a Canon guy, R5 Mark II currently. Yeah, listen, I don't judge you. We've got a number of Sony Canon shooters, Red shooters, Fed over. So also I'm streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick right now. So we got some people on the YouTube side, Fedorevsky right now, for instance, and I think you shot with Komodo before, or like some of the Red cameras previously. Now we got a few people shooting with the ZR, like myself. But before I was shooting with 2 Nikon ZRs, I was shooting with the Nikon D850, Z9 and Z6 III. So that was like my go-to 1-2 punch. Now that I'm shifting more towards film, I'm almost always shooting film, and then photos come as like an afterthought sometimes now. So ideally, I try to shoot with 2 ZRs. So I have a good relationship with Nikon in the Middle East African region. So if it's available, they let me loan out cameras or lenses as needed. So because of the current, I live in Dubai. So with the Iran conflict situation, whatever you want to call it, a lot of businesses here have slowed down, including Nikon. So I remember right before I went, because I've been traveling for the past 2 months, I asked them like, hey, this is a long shot, but do you think I can borrow one of the Nikon ZRs for like the foreseeable future? And like that could be like 2 months or longer. And they're just like, yeah, we got one available, because everything's been put on pause. So go out there, create some content, conquer the world, blah, blah, blah. So I'm very grateful. But yeah, I was able to film with 2 ZR cameras throughout the past 2 months of travels. So yeah. Fed says, I've shot with a lot of cameras over the many years. I use the Pixis 12K for most of my regular work now. Gotcha. So here, this is just a very, very unique moment where we had this baboon hop up onto the hood of the car. And so I literally had half my body leaning out of the side window. So I was kind of doing a bit of an ab workout. So if it's shaky, just know if it's more shaky than usual, it's because I'm literally trying to keep my body still when my body has been broken down. I haven't been, I'm out of shape, and there's so many other things I need to work on first. But there was a moment here, I'm pretty sure, where the baboon like attacks the car windshield. I'm trying to look for that moment. Oh yeah, maybe that was the moment I was thinking. Yeah, so it wasn't necessarily like a attack, but when Milton stuck his hand over on the side, he like reacted. Yeah. So anyways, fun moments with this baboon. All right. Yami says, I'll be going for now. Have a good rest of the stream. Good to have you back. Good night, and a good rest of your birthday. Good night, chat, and Yobel. Thank you very much, Yami. I appreciate it. Speaking of which, I'm also trying to wind down as well. It's almost 11:30 p.m. over here, and I think this is a good place to pause because there's a lot that I've been trying to catch you guys up on, and obviously there's a lot of footage to go through, which I'm very, very excited to do with you guys. So just as a recap, right, we've got the CNN project. So I don't know when, but hopefully in the coming days, that project will be public. And so then I can talk more, and I want to show you guys, obviously, the final product, what it looked like. Just to be clear, I didn't play a pivotal role. I just played the role of a B camera operator, but a number of my footage was used for the final edit. So I'm very excited to see it. And then hopefully they play it on TV, right? CNN Create. Yes, with the CNN Create team. So the CNN Create team, that was that first project I worked on, and hopefully I can share more about it soon. And then I had this trip here that I'm showing, the Uganda trip, where I took photographers on 9 days of wildlife treks and shots. And then I had my trip to Tanzania right after that for my training workshop where I was teaching photography to a number of safari guides as part of Asilia Africa's camps. So from that's what turned into the 25,000 photos and 20 terabytes of footage. So a lot that I do want to catch you guys up on. I'm very excited for it. And now that the stream is back up and running, although I still have a few technical glitches that I do need to kind of iron out, I'll be back. I'm back, guys. I'll be streaming regularly, at least 5 times a week. Let's aim for. And my next trip most likely isn't until end of June, where I got the green light to test out the live stream concept on a wildlife safari in Kenya. So I just need to start preparing all the tech stuff, get the Starlinks, get the Bella box or like this encoder, make sure I have all the right gear. There's a lot of work I still need to do before that. But until then, I'm at home catching up on stuff. So the next stream we'll just kind of keep going through the paces here. I've got, Nala's on my lap right now, but we got Kimbap now chilling with me over on Nala's original bed. Let's see if I can bring Nala over. Yeah. So we got our cats. The cat cameras are back up and running. Everything's up and running, guys. So thank you very much for all of you who hopped in at different points. Fed says, now that Kimbap is an Amazon cat, did Nala get a new contract? These guys are forever my slaves, okay? So there's no contract necessary. But yeah, look at the little girl. Good girl. Yeah. Ooh. So yes, we'll get back into streaming mode. But yeah, I'm gonna have my late dinner now before midnight. Thank you for the birthday wishes. This was as much of a celebration as I normally do on my birthdays. So I appreciate you guys just, hanging out with me. And, I guess technically my birthday will continue for a little bit longer, time zone wise. But, all right. Cheers, guys. I'm going to wind down now. I don't remember how to stop streaming. So I'm going to hit some buttons. If I keep